Hey, I'm glad you're here. This is a quiet place for true crime stories, told slowly for late nights and tired minds. Whether you're listening for the first time or you've made this part of your routine, thank you for pressing play. It always feels nice knowing these stories are being heard in so many different places. If you want to share where you're listening from, I'd love to know. And if this channel keeps you company when things feel quiet, subscribing helps keep it going. This is episode 111. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that stayed quiet for years, about a woman who believed she had escaped danger, and about how a crime committed in rage sat unresolved for more than 2 decades until one small detail finally cracked it open. This is a true crime story about obsession, delayed justice, and how the truth sometimes waits patiently for science to catch up. In the early 1980s, Sherry Rasmussen was living in Los Angeles and building what looked like a peaceful, promising life. She was intelligent, confident, and well-liked by everyone around her. She worked as a nurse, a profession that reflected her calm demeanor and sense of responsibility. Friends described her as practical, warm, and optimistic. She believed in clear boundaries, honesty, and moving forward without drama. She married John Rutan, a man she loved deeply and trusted completely. Their relationship appeared stable and affectionate. They bought a condominium together and began settling in a married life, focused on careers and long-term plans. From the outside, there was nothing unusual about their home, their routines, or their future. What Sherry did not know was that her marriage had already placed her inside someone else's unresolved emotional world. Before marrying Sherry, John had been involved in a long-term relationship with a woman named Stephanie Lazarus. Stephanie was a Los Angeles police officer, intelligent, trained, and experienced. She had dated John for several years and believed the relationship was serious and lasting. When John ended the relationship and moved on, Stephanie did not let go emotionally. Instead, she internalized the rejection. She followed John's life quietly. She knew about Sherry. She knew about the marriage. Outwardly, she continued her work as a police officer, appearing functional and professional. Inwardly, resentment grew slowly, fed by imagination and unresolved attachment. She did not confront Sherry. She did not confront John. She waited. On the morning of February 24th, 1986, Sherry Rasmussen was found murdered in her home. She had been beaten and shot multiple times. The scene suggested a violent struggle. There were signs of rage, not robbery. Nothing of value had been taken. Sherry had clearly fought back, desperately trying to survive. Police responded quickly. From the beginning, the case was treated as a burglary gone wrong. Investigators focused on unknown intruders. There was no immediate reason to suspect someone close. Stephanie Lazarus was never seriously considered as a suspect, despite her connection to John. She was, after all, a fellow officer. The case stalled. Years passed. Sherry's family never stopped pushing for answers. They insisted that the crime made no sense as a random burglary. Sherry was cautious. She was aware. She would not have opened the door for a stranger easily. They believed the crime was personal. Still, nothing moved. For more than 20 years, the case remained cold. Stephanie Lazarus continued her career with the LAPD. She received promotions. She worked cases. She lived a normal life, all while carrying a secret that no one suspected. To co-workers, she was professional. To neighbors, unremarkable. The crime faded into memory for most people. Then, in the early 2000s, cold case detectives began reviewing older files using new forensic techniques. One detail stood out. At the crime scene, investigators had documented a bite mark on Sherry's arm. At the time of the murder, bite mark analysis was unreliable and often dismissed. But advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine preserved evidence. Saliva, DNA, was extracted from the bite mark. The profile was uploaded. It matched Stephanie Lazarus. At first, even detectives struggled to accept it. A police officer, a colleague, a woman who had lived freely for decades. But the science was clear. The DNA did not lie. Investigators brought Stephanie in for questioning. At first, she appeared calm, cooperative, confident. But as questioning continued, her demeanor shifted. Her speech became defensive. She contradicted herself. When confronted with the DNA evidence, she denied everything, but her control began to fracture. Eventually, the truth emerged. Stephanie had gone to Sherry's home that morning armed with a gun. She confronted her. The conversation escalated. Rage took over. Stephanie beat Sherry and shot her, then staged the scene to look like a burglary. She left behind almost nothing, confident that suspicion would never touch her. In 2009, more than 23 years after the murder, Stephanie Lazarus was arrested. In 2012, she was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. For Sherry's family, justice came painfully late, but it came clearly. This story lingers not because of brutality alone, but because of patience, because of time, because it reminds us that some crimes are hidden not by cleverness, but by trust, by uniforms, by assumptions. Stephanie Lazarus did not escape justice forever. She simply outpaced it for a while. And Sherry Rasmussen, whose voice was silenced far too early, was finally heard through the quiet persistence of truth and the slow progress of science. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared polite, intelligent, and dependable. A man who lived a quiet suburban life while hiding a carefully controlled inner world of resentment, obsession, and cruelty. This is a true crime story about control, emotional distance, and how a crime so methodical once seemed impossible to prove until patience and persistence finally revealed the truth. Richard Crafts was born in 1935 and grew up in Connecticut. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and socially functional. He served in the U.S. Air Force, later earning a degree in aeronautical engineering. To most people, Richard seemed accomplished and stable. He married Helle Crafts, a Danish flight attendant, and together they had 3 children. They lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut, a quiet town known for safety and order. On the surface, the Crafts family looked ordinary. Inside the marriage, however, the emotional atmosphere was cold. Helle was described as warm, expressive, and social. Richard was distant, controlling, and emotionally withdrawn. He preferred structure and routine. He disliked confrontation, but held on to resentment. Over time, the marriage deteriorated. Helle began confiding in friends that she feared Richard, not because he was violent, but because of his emptiness. She told people she believed he was capable of something terrible. By late 1986, Helle had decided she wanted a divorce. She had begun preparing financially and emotionally. She told friends that if anything happened to her, Richard would be responsible. These words, spoken casually at the time, would later become hauntingly important. On the night of November 18th, 1986, Helle Crafts disappeared. Richard told people she had left the house after an argument and flown to Denmark. He claimed she was upset and needed space. But several details immediately felt wrong. Helle had left behind her passport, her winter coat, her personal belongings. She had not contacted her children. She had not called friends or family. The story did not fit her character. Police initially struggled. There was no body, no obvious crime scene, no witnesses. But investigators began noticing small inconsistencies. Neighbors reported hearing loud machinery late at night during a snowstorm. They noticed Richard renting unusual equipment, a wood chipper, a freezer. These details alone meant little, but together they raised concern. Investigators searched the Crafts' home. They found blood traces in the bedroom, despite attempts to clean them thoroughly. Microscopic blood evidence remained embedded in carpet fibers and wood grain. This suggested violence, not a voluntary departure. Attention turned to the nearby Housatonic River. During the same snowstorm, Richard had been seen repeatedly stopping near a bridge by the river. Witnesses recalled hearing a loud engine running for extended periods. Police suspected something unthinkable. They drained parts of the river. What they found was devastating. Small fragments of human remains, bone pieces, tissue, hair, fingernails, a fragment of tooth. These remains were scattered, damaged, but unmistakably human. Forensic analysis confirmed they belonged to Helicrafts. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth. Richard had murdered his wife inside their home. He had then dismembered her body and used a wood chipper to destroy the remains, feeding them piece by piece into the machine during the storm, dumping what remained into the river to conceal the crime. It was one of the first cases in U.S. history prosecuted without a complete body. At trial, the defense argued that without a body, there could be no murder conviction. Prosecutors countered with forensic evidence, witness testimony, and Richard's own behavior. They demonstrated planning, deception, and motive. The jury listened carefully, slowly reconstructing the crime through fragments, timelines, and patterns. In 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. The case became known as the wood chipper murder, but the name does not capture its true nature. This was not a crime of rage. It was a crime of control, of emotional detachment, of a man who chose erasure over accountability. What makes this story linger is not just the method. It is the silence. The way Richard attempted to remove Hela from existence entirely, believing that without a body, there would be no truth. He underestimated memory. He underestimated patience. He underestimated the quiet strength of people who noticed what did not feel right. Hela Crafts is remembered not for how she died, but for how she was finally heard. Her words to friends, her fears, her intuition, they mattered. This story reminds us that truth does not require completeness to survive. Sometimes it exists in fragments, in patterns, in what people feel but cannot yet explain. And sometimes, even when someone tries to erase everything, enough remains for justice to speak softly, clearly, and finally. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely separate lives, one filled with discipline, rank, and respect, and another built on secrecy, compulsion, and escalating violence. This is a true crime story about how power can hide cruelty in plain sight, and how even the most controlled life can quietly unravel. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada. From an early age, he appeared focused, intelligent, and ambitious. He excelled academically, joined the military, and built a career that placed him among the most trusted individuals in the country. Over time, Williams rose through the ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, eventually becoming a colonel and the commanding officer of CFB Trenton, one of Canada's most important Air Force bases. To colleagues, he was disciplined and professional. To neighbors, polite and reserved. To his wife, distant but dependable. There was nothing outwardly alarming about Russell Williams. What no one saw was the other life he carefully protected. For years, Williams had been committing break-ins across quiet Ontario neighborhoods. He targeted homes when no one was present. He stole personal items, particularly women's clothing. He photographed himself wearing them, documenting his fantasies in obsessive detail. These crimes went unnoticed for a long time because nothing appeared disturbed. No obvious theft, no violence, but compulsion rarely stays contained. In 2009, the crimes escalated. Williams began sexually assaulting women in their homes at night. He studied their routines. He entered silently. He restrained them, spoke calmly, and left without killing them. His victims survived, but they were deeply traumatized. They described an attacker who was controlled, methodical, and eerily calm. Still, he was not caught. Then, in June 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie-France Comeau went missing. She was a military subordinate stationed at the same base Russell Williams commanded. Her body was later found in a remote area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared from her home. Her body was discovered shortly afterward. The crime showed signs of escalation. More violence, less restraint. Investigators knew they were dealing with someone organized. They began mapping locations, timelines, tire tracks. One small detail became crucial. At multiple crime scenes, distinctive tire impressions were found. The tread pattern was unusual. Investigators narrowed it down to a specific model of tire, one commonly used on certain vehicles. They cross-checked ownership records. Russell Williams' vehicle was a match. When police brought him in for questioning in February 2010, he appeared calm and cooperative. He agreed to speak. He answered politely. He believed he could outthink them. But investigators did not rush. They placed photographs in front of him. They showed him tire comparisons. They watched his reactions. Slowly, his composure cracked. Then they showed him surveillance images from a break-in where the intruder had been photographed wearing stolen clothing. It was him. At that moment, the performance ended. Russell Williams confessed. He spoke in detail, calmly, methodically. He described his crimes without emotion, as if recounting logistics rather than human suffering. He admitted to break-ins, assaults, and murders. He explained how his position helped him avoid suspicion, how structure and authority gave him cover. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with dozens of other charges including sexual assault and break-and-enter. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. He was stripped of rank, disgraced publicly, removed entirely from the life he once controlled. What makes this story linger is the contrast. A man trusted with national security, a man who led others, a man who lived among families without fear. And yet, beneath the discipline, there was obsession. This case reminds us that danger does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it hides behind credentials, behind calm voices, behind routine, and sometimes the truth is revealed not by chaos, but by patience, patterns, and one small detail that refuses to disappear. Russell Williams is now imprisoned. His 2 lives collapsed into one narrow cell. And the women whose lives were forever changed are remembered not for how they were harmed, but for how their cases finally exposed the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lied so carefully and for so long that his entire life became a performance. And when the truth finally threatened to surface, he chose murder over exposure. This is a true crime story about deception, insecurity, and how one lie, when protected long enough, can grow powerful enough to destroy everything around it. In the early 2000s, Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. From the outside, his life looked promising and respectable. He was married to Lori Hacking, a bright, compassionate woman with a gentle voice and an ambitious spirit. Lori worked at a hospital and was known among friends and coworkers as dependable and warm. She trusted deeply. She believed in building a future slowly and honestly. Mark, on the other hand, was consumed by appearances. He wanted to be seen as intelligent, successful, and impressive. He told people he had been accepted in a medical school. Later, he claimed he had switched paths and was pursuing a law degree. He spoke confidently about exams, internships, and future plans. To Lori, he described long nights of studying, academic pressure, and delayed timelines. None of it was true. Mark had not been accepted into medical school. He was not enrolled in law school. He was not preparing for any professional future at all. Instead, he spent his days fabricating emails, forging documents, and constructing elaborate stories to maintain the illusion. Each lie required another lie to support it. Over time, his entire identity rested on deception. Lori believed him completely. She supported him emotionally and financially. She adjusted her own plans to accommodate his supposed education. She defended him when questions arose. She trusted that the man she married was being honest with her. But cracks were forming. Lori began asking questions. She wanted to attend graduation ceremonies. She wanted to meet classmates. She wanted concrete proof of progress. Mark deflected. He delayed. He became defensive. Behind his calm explanations, panic was growing. Mark knew the truth was close to being discovered. In July 2004, Mark learned that Lori intended to speak with his family about his academic progress. This terrified him. His lies were about to collapse, not just in front of Lori, but in front of everyone whose respect he craved. Rather than confess, Mark chose a different solution. On the morning of July 19, 2004, Mark and Lori went for a walk near a local park. It was a quiet area, familiar and unremarkable. At some point during that walk, Mark attacked Lori. He shot her, killing her instantly. He then placed her body inside a large trash bin and dumped it in a nearby dumpster. Afterward, Mark returned home and began performing grief. He reported Lori missing, claiming she had gone jogging and never returned. He appeared emotional. He spoke softly. He cooperated with police. Friends and family rallied around him, organizing searches and vigils. Mark stood among them, mourning a woman he had just murdered. For days, the search continued. Then Lori's body was discovered. The truth unraveled quickly. Investigators noticed inconsistencies in Mark's timeline. Surveillance footage placed his car near the dumpster where Lori was found. Ballistic evidence tied the weapon to Mark. As police dug deeper, they uncovered the massive web of lies Mark had spun about his education and career. Under questioning, Mark's facade collapsed. He confessed. He admitted that he had killed Lori because he could not face the humiliation of being exposed as a fraud. He admitted that his fear of shame outweighed his love for his wife. He described the murder in detached terms, focusing on logistics rather than emotion. In 2005, Mark Hacking pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Lori Hacking's death left a quiet, lasting impact, not because the crime was elaborate, but because it was unnecessary. This story lingers because it shows how fragile a constructed identity can be and how dangerous it becomes when someone is willing to protect it at all costs. Mark Hacking did not kill out of rage or impulse. He killed to preserve an image, to avoid embarrassment, to escape accountability. It reminds us that lies do not just distort reality. They reshape morality. And when someone builds their entire life on falsehood, the truth becomes something they will do anything to avoid, even if it means destroying the person who trusted them most. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, He was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Denhollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tonya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tonya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tonya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tonya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tonya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tonya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tonya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tonya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tonya's rough background had not provided. But Tonya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tonya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tonya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tonya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tonya was not, and she was winning. Tonya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tonya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tonya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished eighth. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the elderly and infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amounts she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a healer who became a hunter, about trust betrayed in the most sacred way, and about how someone sworn to preserve life chose instead to end it. In the hospitals of New Jersey and Pennsylvania during the late 1980s and early 1990s, patients who should have been recovering were experiencing sudden cardiac arrests at alarming rates. Medical staff noticed that these emergencies seemed to cluster during certain shifts, but the pattern was difficult to identify clearly. When someone finally connected the deaths to one particular nurse, the scope of the tragedy became clear. This is the story of Charles Cullen, a nurse who ended the lives of dozens of patients over 16 years. Between 1988 and 2003, he worked at 9 different healthcare facilities, administering lethal doses of medications to vulnerable patients in his care. He was fired from multiple positions when suspicions arose, but hospitals quietly let him go rather than report him, allowing him to find new employment and continue harming patients. His arrest in 2003 exposed not just his crimes, but a healthcare system that had failed catastrophically to protect patients from a predator in scrubs. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was only 7 months old. His mother struggled to raise 9 children alone, and Charles received little individual attention or emotional support. He grew up feeling invisible and unimportant. Charles was a withdrawn, lonely child who showed signs of depression from an early age. When he was 17, his mother passed away in a car accident, leaving him feeling completely alone. He attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and ineffective. He joined the Navy after high school, but his mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted self-harm multiple times while in service and was eventually discharged. After leaving the Navy, Charles decided to become a nurse. He entered nursing school in the mid-1980s, and despite his psychological problems, he completed the program and received his license in 1987. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients. Colleagues found him odd and distant, but his skills were adequate. Charles began working at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey in 1987. Within months, patients on his shifts began passing away unexpectedly. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly experience cardiac arrest. Medical staff noticed the pattern, but hospital administrators did not investigate thoroughly. When concerns were raised, they simply terminated Charles's employment and gave him neutral references. This became a pattern that repeated for 16 years. Charles would work at a hospital for months or years. Patients would pass away at suspicious rates during his shifts. Administrators would become concerned and terminate him, and he would immediately find work at another facility. No one reported him to authorities or the state nursing board. Charles's method was consistent. He would access medication storage areas and obtain drugs like digoxin and insulin. He would then administer lethal doses to patients through their intravenous lines, usually when no one else was around. The patients would go into cardiac arrest or experience fatal complications. Because many were elderly or already ill, the passings often seemed natural initially. He targeted patients seemingly at random. Some were terminally ill, but many were recovering and expected to go home. When later asked why he did it, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering, but evidence showed many victims were not suffering at all. Psychiatrists who evaluated him believed he harmed others primarily to feel a sense of power and control over life and death. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different medical facilities. Everywhere he went, mortality rates increased dramatically. But it was not until 2003 that decisive action was finally taken. At Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey, several nurses noticed the pattern and reported their concerns to hospital administration. When administrators were slow to act, the nurses contacted authorities directly. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During questioning, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple facilities over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 cases, but investigators believe the true number may exceed 400. His trial revealed the full extent of the institutional failures that had allowed him to continue harming patients for so long. Hospitals had protected themselves rather than reporting a dangerous employee. No system existed to track suspicious patterns across different facilities or flag healthcare workers who moved frequently after patient incidents. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling 397 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims spoke about their loved ones who had trusted Charles to care for them. Many expressed anger not just at Charles, but at the healthcare system that had enabled him for so long. His case led to significant reforms, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting requirements for suspicious patterns, and databases to flag problematic healthcare workers across facilities. But these changes came too late for his many victims. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no genuine remorse. He speaks about his actions in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His story stands as a dark reminder that predators can exist in any profession, even those dedicated to healing. It revealed how institutional self-protection can enable ongoing harm, and how those who should be most trusted can sometimes be the most dangerous. Charles Cullen transformed healing hands into instruments of death, and a healthcare system more concerned with reputation than patient safety allowed him to continue for 16 years, while dozens of vulnerable people paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left a community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry. as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a loving father who took his family on a camping trip, about a little girl who vanished in the middle of the night, and about a case that has haunted Australia for over 40 years with questions that remain unanswered to this day. In December 1980, the Beaumont family from Adelaide, Australia, was well aware of the dangers that could befall children. Just 14 years earlier, the infamous Beaumont children had disappeared from a beach, a case that had terrified parents across the nation. But when 7-year-old Cheryl Grimmer vanished from a beach changing room in broad daylight, it proved that even the most cautious families weren't safe from tragedy. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In January 1966, the Beaumont children, 9-year-old Jane, 7-year-old Arna, and 4-year-old Grant, went to Glenelg Beach in Adelaide for a day of fun in the sun. Their mother Nancy dropped them off with money for lunch and told them to catch the bus home by 2 in the afternoon. The children never came home. Witnesses reported seeing the 3 children playing on the beach with a tall, blond man in his 30s. The children seemed comfortable with him, and he appeared to be buying them treats and playing with them. Several people noticed the man because he was paying so much attention to the children, but no one thought anything was wrong at the time. The children seemed happy and willing participants in whatever activities they were doing with this stranger. When the children didn't return home by 2 o'clock, their mother Nancy became concerned. By 4 in the afternoon, she was frantic. She and her husband Jim went to the beach to search for their children, but found no trace of them. Police were called, and a massive search began that would become one of the largest in Australian history. Investigators quickly established a timeline of the children's movements that day. They had been seen at a local bakery buying meat pies with a £1 note, even though their mother had only given them coins. Someone had given them more money. They had been seen playing near the beach, changing rooms with a blonde man. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, they simply vanished. The case captured national attention. Thousands of volunteers searched parks, beaches, and vacant lots. Police received hundreds of tips and followed up on every lead. Psychics offered their services. The entire nation was gripped by the mystery of what had happened to the three Beaumont children. Police focused their investigation on the mysterious blonde man seen with the children. Multiple witnesses came forward with descriptions, and a police sketch was created. The man was described as being in his mid-30s, tall and thin, with a lean face and sun-bleached blonde hair. He was wearing swimming trunks and appeared very comfortable with children. Detectives theorized that the man had groomed the children over time, possibly encountering them on previous visits to the beach and building their trust gradually. The children's willingness to accept money and food from him and to spend hours in his company suggested they felt safe with him. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was someone who understood how to manipulate children and make them feel comfortable. Despite the extensive investigation and the numerous witnesses, police were never able to identify the blonde man. Over the years, various suspects emerged, but none could be definitively linked to the disappearance. The case went cold, though it has never been officially closed and remains open to this day. One suspect who drew significant attention was a man named Harry Phipps, a local factory owner who died in 2004. Phipps had been known to visit Glenelg Beach and fits some aspects of the description. Former employees came forward years later saying they believed Phipps had been involved in the disappearances. However, despite extensive investigation, no physical evidence ever linked him to the crime. Another person of interest was Derek Ernest Percy, a convicted child killer who was in prison for taking the life of a young girl at a different beach. Percy had been in the area around the time of the Beaumont children's disappearance and fit the general description. He was questioned multiple times about the case, but never confessed and died in prison in 2013 without ever being charged in connection with the Beaumont case. The disappearance had a profound impact on Australian society. Parents became more cautious about letting their children play unsupervised. The case became a reference point for an entire generation. The moment when childhood innocence was lost and stranger danger became a real and terrifying concept. The names Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont became synonymous with every parent's worst nightmare. For Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the disappearance of their children destroyed their lives. They spent decades hoping for answers, following up on tips, and never giving up the belief that their children might someday be found. Jim Beaumont said in interviews that he believed the children had been taken by someone who wanted children of their own, and he held out hope they might still be alive somewhere, unaware of their true identities. Nancy Beaumont maintained hope for many years, but eventually came to accept that her children were likely deceased. The couple's marriage struggled under the weight of the tragedy, and they eventually separated, though they remained connected by their shared loss. Jim Beaumont lived until 2020, passing away at 97 years old without ever learning what happened to his children. Over the decades, there have been multiple searches based on tips and theories. Properties have been excavated, locations have been searched with ground-penetrating radar, and numerous leads have been followed. In 2018, police conducted a search of a factory site that had belonged to Harry Phipps, but no remains were found. Each time a new search is announced, the case returns to the headlines, and a new generation learns about the three children who vanished from the beach. The Beaumont children case remains one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. Despite one of the most extensive investigations in the country's history, despite thousands of tips and multiple suspects, no one has ever been charged, and the children's remains have never been found. The case changed how Australians viewed child safety and remains a cautionary tale about the dangers children can face. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont went to the beach on a summer day for what should have been a fun outing. They were responsible children who knew to catch the bus home and had done so many times before. But on that day, they encountered someone who saw them not as children with families and futures, but as victims. Their disappearance left a hole in their family and in the Australian consciousness that has never been filled. The case serves as a reminder that evil can strike when we least expect it, and that some mysteries may never be solved, leaving families to wonder forever what happened to the children they loved. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved television personality who seemed to have it all, about a wife who vanished on Mother's Day weekend, and about how a man who projected a perfect image to the world was hiding a dark secret that would eventually unravel in front of millions. In May 2009, Drew Peterson was a former police sergeant from Bolingbrook, Illinois, who had become infamous for the disappearance of his fourth wife. But the story really begins in 2007 when 23-year-old Stacy Peterson vanished without a trace, leaving behind 2 young children and a husband with a troubling past. Stacy and Callis had married Drew Peterson in 2003 when she was just 19 years old. Drew was 30 years older than Stacy and had already been married 3 times before. He was a police officer with the Bolingbrook Police Department, well known in the community and seemingly respectable. But those close to the couple knew that the marriage was troubled and that Drew was controlling and possessive. On October 28, 2007, Drew Peterson reported his wife Stacy missing. He told police that she had called him that morning saying she was leaving him for another man and didn't want to be found. He claimed she had packed some clothes and abandoned their 2 young children without saying goodbye. The story immediately struck investigators as suspicious. Friends and family said Stacy would never leave her children, no matter what problems existed in her marriage. As police began investigating Stacy's disappearance, dark details about Drew Peterson's past emerged. His third wife, Kathleen Savio, had been found dead in her bathtub in 2004. At the time, her death had been ruled an accidental drowning. But now, with another wife missing under suspicious circumstances, authorities decided to take a second look at Kathleen's death. Kathleen Savio had been going through a contentious divorce with Drew Peterson when she died. She had told friends and family that she feared Drew and believed he might harm her. She had even written letters expressing her concerns that if something happened to her, Drew would be responsible. But when she was found dead in her dry bathtub with a gash on her head, the death was investigated by Drew's fellow police officers and quickly ruled accidental. The case was reopened, and Kathleen's body was exhumed for a new autopsy. This time, forensic pathologists determined that her death was not an accident. The bathtub had been dry, making drowning impossible. The injuries on her body were consistent with a struggle. The new ruling was that Kathleen Savio had been the victim of a staged drowning and had actually been taken out in a violent attack. As investigators dug deeper into Drew Peterson's background, they discovered he had been married 4 times, and 2 of his wives were now either dead or missing. His first 2 marriages had ended in divorce, with both ex-wives describing him as controlling and abusive. A pattern was emerging of a man who needed to dominate the women in his life, and who became dangerous when they tried to leave him. Drew Peterson, rather than lying low during the investigation, did something unusual. He began appearing on television talk shows and news programs, giving interviews where he would joke about the situation and act unconcerned about his missing wife. He appeared on programs with hosts like Matt Lauer and Larry King, sometimes making inappropriate jokes and seeming to enjoy the attention. His behavior struck many people as bizarre and suspicious. The media attention turned Drew Peterson into a dark celebrity. He seemed to relish being in the spotlight, even as he was the prime suspect in both his third wife's death and his fourth wife's disappearance. He would mock investigators, make light of the accusations against him, and present himself as a victim of a witch hunt. This behavior disturbed the families of both Kathleen and Stacy, who were desperate for answers and justice. In 2009, Drew Peterson was finally arrested and charged with taking the life of his third wife, Kathleen Savio. Prosecutors faced challenges because the case was several years old and physical evidence was limited. But they had Kathleen's statements before her death expressing fear of Drew. They had the new autopsy findings, and they had the suspicious circumstances of Stacy's disappearance that established a pattern. Drew's trial for Kathleen's case began in 2012. It became a media circus with cameras in the courtroom and daily coverage of the proceedings. The prosecution's case relied heavily on hearsay evidence, statements Kathleen had made to others about her fear of Drew before she died. Normally, hearsay is not admissible in court, but Illinois had passed a special law allowing such evidence in cases where the defendant was believed to have caused the witness to be unavailable to testify. The prosecution presented testimony from Kathleen's friends and family about her fears. They showed evidence of the contentious divorce and Drew's controlling behavior. They presented the forensic evidence showing that Kathleen's death could not have been an accidental drowning. They argued that Drew had staged the scene to make it look like an accident. The defense argued that the evidence was circumstantial and that the hearsay law was unconstitutional. They claimed Drew was being prosecuted because of Stacy's disappearance, not because of solid evidence in Kathleen's case. They suggested that Kathleen had actually died by accident and that the reopened investigation was based on speculation rather than facts. In September 2012, the jury found Drew Peterson guilty of taking the life of Kathleen Savio. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison. The conviction brought some measure of justice for Kathleen's family, though it did nothing to answer questions about what happened to Stacy Peterson. Stacy Peterson has never been found. Her body has never been recovered despite extensive searches. In 2013, Drew Peterson was charged with attempting to hire someone to take out the prosecutor who convicted him in Kathleen's case. He was convicted of solicitation and received an additional 40 years in prison. In 2022, Drew Peterson was charged with solicitation again, this time for allegedly trying to hire someone to take out the attorney who represented Kathleen Savio's family. These additional charges ensured that Drew Peterson will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Drew Peterson is now in his 70s and will probably die behind bars. He has never revealed what happened to Stacy Peterson or shown remorse for Kathleen Savio's death. Stacy's family continues to search for answers and hopes that someday her remains will be found so she could be properly laid to rest. Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson were two women who had the misfortune of marrying a man who saw them as possessions rather than people. When they tried to leave or threatened his control, he responded with violence. Kathleen paid with her life, and Stacy disappeared, presumably meeting the same fate. Drew Peterson's need for power and control over the women in his life led to tragedy, and his arrogance in thinking he could get away with it because of his position as a police officer ultimately led to his downfall. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular college athlete who seemed to have a bright future, about a young woman who was brutally attacked and left for dead, and about how a case of mistaken justice led to the wrong man spending years in prison while the real perpetrator walked free. In July 1984, Jennifer Thompson was a 22-year-old college student in Burlington, North Carolina. She was bright, independent, and focused on her studies. One night, a man broke into her apartment and attacked her at knife point. During the horrifying assault, Jennifer tried to stay calm and focused on memorizing every detail of her attacker's face. She studied his features carefully, determined that if she survived, she would be able to identify him and bring him to justice. Jennifer managed to escape through a window and immediately went to police. She worked with investigators to create a composite sketch of her attacker. She was certain she would recognize him if she saw him again. Her memory of his face was burned into her mind from those terrifying moments when she had studied him so carefully. A few days later, police showed Jennifer a photo lineup of potential suspects. She looked through the photos and identified Ronald Cotton as her attacker. She was absolutely certain it was him. When she later picked Ronald out of a physical lineup, she felt confident she had identified the right man. Ronald Cotton was arrested and charged with the attack. Ronald Cotton was a 22-year-old man who lived in the area and had a minor criminal record. He maintained his innocence from the moment of his arrest, insisting he had never seen Jennifer before and had nothing to do with the attack. He had an alibi for the night of the crime, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome Jennifer's confident identification. At trial in 1985, Jennifer testified with absolute certainty that Ronald Cotton was the man who had attacked her. She looked him in the eye and identified him without hesitation. Her confidence was powerful and convincing to the jury. Despite Ronald's protests of innocence and his alibi witnesses, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 54 years. Ronald continued to maintain his innocence from prison. He filed appeals, but they were denied. Jennifer, meanwhile, was certain justice had been served. She had looked her attacker in the face, memorized his features, and successfully identified him. She felt relief that the man who had terrorized her was behind bars. But then something happened that would change everything. While in prison, Ronald Cotton heard other inmates talking about the crimes he had been convicted of. One inmate in particular, Bobby Poole, seemed to know details about the attacks that only the real perpetrator would know. Bobby Poole even looked similar to Ronald Cotton, enough that they could be mistaken for each other. Ronald's lawyers discovered this information and demanded a new trial. In 1987, Ronald Cotton got his second trial. This time, Bobby Poole was brought into the courtroom. Jennifer Thompson was asked if Bobby Poole could have been her attacker instead of Ronald Cotton. She looked at both men and still identified Ronald Cotton with certainty. Bobby Poole was not the man who had attacked her, she testified. It was Ronald Cotton. Once again, Ronald Cotton was convicted and sent back to prison. It seemed the case was closed. Jennifer had identified him twice, in multiple lineups and in 2 trials. How could she be wrong when she was so certain? Ronald Cotton spent years in prison, nearly 11 years total, continuing to insist he was innocent. Then in 1995, DNA testing technology had advanced enough to test evidence from the crime scene. Ronald's lawyers pushed for DNA testing of the evidence, hoping it would finally prove his innocence. The DNA results came back, and they were shocking. The DNA from the crime scene did not match Ronald Cotton. It matched Bobby Poole, the inmate Ronald had suspected all along. Ronald Cotton had been telling the truth for 11 years. He was innocent. Jennifer Thompson had been completely wrong in her identification, despite her absolute certainty. Ronald Cotton was released from prison in June 1995. He had lost 11 years of his life for a crime he didn't commit. The real perpetrator, Bobby Poole, was already in prison for other attacks, so he was charged with Jennifer's assault as well. The revelation was devastating for Jennifer Thompson. She had been so certain, so confident in her identification. She had testified twice, looking Ronald Cotton in the eye and declaring him to be her attacker. But she had been wrong. Her memory, despite her best efforts to be accurate, had failed her. An innocent man had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Jennifer struggled with immense guilt. She had done everything right as a victim. She had tried to memorize her attacker's face. She had worked with police. She had testified in court. But despite her best intentions and her certainty, she had identified the wrong man. The realization that memory could be so unreliable was crushing. In a remarkable turn of events, Jennifer Thompson eventually reached out to Ronald Cotton. She wanted to apologize and somehow make amends for what he had suffered because of her mistaken identification. Ronald, showing incredible grace and forgiveness, agreed to meet with her. Their meeting was emotional and healing for both of them. Ronald told Jennifer that he didn't blame her. She had been a victim trying to bring her attacker to justice. The real fault lay with a criminal justice system that relied too heavily on eyewitness identification without understanding how unreliable human memory could be. Jennifer and Ronald developed an unlikely friendship. They began speaking together at conferences and events about wrongful convictions and the problems with eyewitness identification. They wrote a book together called Picking Cotton about their experiences and their journey toward forgiveness and understanding. Their story became one of the most powerful examples of why eyewitness testimony, even when given with absolute certainty, can be dangerously unreliable. Studies have shown that memory is not like a video recording. It can be influenced by suggestion, by the way questions are asked, by seeing photos before lineups, and by the stress of trauma. Ronald Cotton's case helped change how law enforcement conducts lineups and eyewitness identifications. Many jurisdictions now use double-blind lineups where the officer conducting the lineup doesn't know who the suspect is, preventing unconscious cues. Sequential lineups, where witnesses see one person at a time rather than all at once, have been shown to reduce mistaken identifications. Ronald Cotton eventually received compensation for his wrongful conviction and has rebuilt his life. He married and had a family. Jennifer Thompson has dedicated herself to criminal justice reform and educating people about the problems with eyewitness testimony. Their story is a powerful reminder that even with the best intentions, human memory can fail us. Jennifer Thompson was a brave victim who tried to do everything right, and Ronald Cotton was an innocent man who suffered terribly. Together, their experience has helped prevent other wrongful convictions and shown the importance of forensic evidence like DNA testing in criminal cases. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a nurse who was supposed to care for premature babies, but instead became their killer. About a hospital ward where infant deaths suddenly skyrocketed, and about how one woman's actions devastated dozens of families before anyone realized what was happening. In the early 1980s, Behar County Hospital in San Antonio, Texas had a problem. The pediatric intensive care unit was experiencing an unusual number of infant deaths and medical emergencies. Babies who had been stable would suddenly go into cardiac arrest for no apparent medical reason. The staff was baffled and concerned, but they couldn't identify what was causing these mysterious crises. What they didn't know was that one of their own nurses was deliberately harming the babies in her care. Her name was Janine Jones, and between 1981 and 1982, she is believed to have injured or ended the lives of up to 60 infants and children, making her one of the most prolific killers in American history. Janine Jones became a licensed vocational nurse in 1977 and began working in the pediatric intensive care unit at Behar County Hospital in San Antonio. She seemed dedicated to her work, often volunteering for extra shifts and showing deep emotional investment in her young patients. When babies under her care experienced medical crises, she would spring into action, working frantically to save them. But colleagues began noticing a disturbing pattern. The medical emergencies seemed to happen disproportionately during Janine's shifts. Babies would be fine, then suddenly crash when she was caring for them. She always seemed to be present when these crises occurred, always ready to jump in and try to save the day. Janine's method was insidious. She would inject babies with dangerous substances, including digoxin, a heart medication that in large doses can cause cardiac arrest, and heparin, a blood thinner that could cause hemorrhaging. She would also inject succinylcholine, a paralytic drug that stops breathing. These drugs were available in the hospital, and as a nurse, Janine had access to them. After injecting a baby with one of these substances, she would wait for the inevitable medical crisis. The baby would stop breathing or go into cardiac arrest. Alarms would sound. Other staff would rush in, and Janine would be right there, performing CPR, calling for help, doing everything possible to save the baby she had just poisoned. Sometimes the babies survived these episodes. Sometimes they didn't. But whether they lived or died, Janine got what she wanted: attention, drama, and the opportunity to play the hero. She craved the excitement of medical emergencies and the recognition that came from being seen as a dedicated nurse fighting to save young lives. The hospital staff grew increasingly suspicious. Doctors noticed that the pediatric ICU death rate had increased significantly. Nurses whispered among themselves about the pattern of emergencies during Janine's shifts. Some even nicknamed her the death nurse, though no one said it to her face or reported their suspicions to administrators. In 1982, hospital administrators finally took action, but not in the way you might expect. Rather than report their suspicions to law enforcement or the state nursing board, they simply asked Janine to resign. She did, and she immediately found work at a pediatric clinic in the small town of Kerrville, Texas. At the Kerrville clinic, the pattern continued. Janine worked for Dr. Kathleen Holland, a pediatrician who had recently opened her practice. Almost immediately, Children who came in for routine visits began experiencing mysterious medical emergencies while under Janine's care. One of her victims was 15-month-old Chelsea McClellan, who was brought to the clinic in September 1982 for a routine checkup and immunizations. Chelsea was a healthy, happy toddler. There was no reason to expect anything would go wrong. But shortly after Janine gave her injections, Chelsea stopped breathing. Janine performed CPR while Dr. Holland called an ambulance. Chelsea was rushed to a nearby hospital, but she could not be saved. She was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The official cause of death was listed as sudden infant death syndrome, even though Chelsea was older than the typical SIDS victim and had died in a clinic, not at home in her sleep. Chelsea's parents were devastated, but had no reason to suspect anything other than a tragic medical event. Dr. Holland was confused and concerned, but she trusted her nurse and assumed it had been a terrible coincidence. But then it happened again and again. Over the next few weeks, multiple children came to the clinic for routine care and experienced sudden, life-threatening medical crises. Some survived, others didn't. Dr. Holland began to realize something was terribly wrong. Dr. Holland started investigating and discovered that all of the emergencies had occurred when Janine was alone with the children. She also found that bottles of medication in the clinic had been tampered with, their contents replaced or diluted. She confronted Janine, who denied any wrongdoing, but Dr. Holland had seen enough. She fired Janine immediately and reported her suspicions to authorities. Law enforcement began investigating, and they quickly uncovered the pattern of deaths and emergencies that had followed Janine from Behar County Hospital to the Kerrville Clinic. They exhumed Chelsea McClellan's body and performed a thorough autopsy. Toxicology tests revealed she had been injected with a lethal dose of suspenseful, a drug that had no legitimate reason to be given to a healthy toddler during a routine checkup. Janine Jones was arrested in 1984 and charged with taking Chelsea McClellan's life and with injuring several other children. The investigation revealed that she had likely harmed dozens more, but many cases were difficult to prove because the drugs she used break down quickly in the body, making them hard to detect after death. During her trial, prosecutors presented evidence of the pattern of emergencies and deaths that had occurred during Janine's shifts. Medical experts testified about the drugs found in Chelsea's body and how they could only have been administered deliberately. Colleagues testified about their suspicions and the disturbing pattern they had observed. Janine maintained her innocence, claiming she was being scapegoated for unfortunate medical events that were beyond anyone's control. She portrayed herself as a dedicated nurse who had done everything possible to save the children in her care. But the evidence against her was overwhelming. In 1984, Janine Jones was convicted of taking Chelsea McClellan's life and injuring another child, Rolando Santos. She was sentenced to 99 years in prison for the elimination and 60 years for the injury, to be served concurrently. Under Texas law at the time, she would have been eligible for parole after serving just 1/3 of her sentence. The case raised disturbing questions about how Janine had been able to harm so many children for so long without being stopped. Hospital administrators at Behar County had suspected something was wrong, but had chosen to quietly dismiss her rather than investigate thoroughly and report her to authorities. This decision allowed her to continue her crimes at another location. The case also highlighted gaps in the healthcare system's ability to track and prevent medical professionals who harm patients. There was no centralized database to flag problematic healthcare workers. Janine was able to move from one job to another despite the suspicions that followed her. For the families of Janine's victims, the revelations were devastating. Parents who had trusted her with their sick and vulnerable children had to face the reality that she had deliberately harmed or ended their lives. Many families had blamed themselves or felt guilty about their children's deaths. never knowing that those deaths have been caused by someone who was supposed to be caring for them. Over the years, as more information came to light, the suspected number of Janine's victims grew. Some estimates put the number as high as 60 children who died or were injured during her time as a nurse. Most of these cases could never be proven in court because too much time had passed and evidence was no longer available. In 2017, Janine Jones was scheduled to be released from prison on mandatory parole due to Texas laws that were in effect when she was sentenced. The prospect of her release caused outrage among victims' families and the public. Prosecutors scrambled to bring additional charges against her to keep her imprisoned. They successfully indicted her for the deaths of several more children, including 5 infants who had died at Behar County Hospital during her time working there. In 2018, Janine pleaded guilty to taking the life of 11-month-old Joshua Sawyer in 1981. She was sentenced to life in prison. The new sentence ensured that Janine Jones would remain in prison for the rest of her life. She is currently incarcerated in Texas and will never be released. She is now in her 70s and has spent decades behind bars for her crimes. The motive behind Janine's actions remains a subject of debate among criminal psychologists. The most common theory is that she suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver deliberately harms someone in their care to gain attention and sympathy. Janine seemed to crave the drama and excitement of medical emergencies and the recognition she received for responding to them. Others believe she had a hero complex, wanting to be seen as the nurse who could save babies from the brink of death. By creating medical crises, she put herself in a position to be the hero. The fact that some babies died didn't seem to bother her as much as the attention and recognition she received. Whatever her motivation, Janine Jones's actions caused immeasurable harm. She betrayed the trust that families placed in healthcare professionals. She turned places of healing into places of danger. She destroyed families and traumatized colleagues who had to live with the knowledge that they had worked alongside a killer. The case of Janine Jones led to significant changes in how hospitals track and respond to unusual patterns of patient deaths or medical emergencies. Healthcare facilities now have better protocols for investigating suspicious patterns and reporting concerns to appropriate authorities. Laws were changed to ensure that dangerous healthcare workers couldn't simply move from one facility to another without their history being known. But for the families of Janine's victims, no amount of systemic change can undo the harm she caused. Parents lost their children to someone who was supposed to protect them. Siblings grew up without their brothers and sisters. Entire families were shattered by losses that should never have occurred. Janine Jones will spend the rest of her life in prison, but that provides only limited comfort to the families whose lives she destroyed. The babies and children she harmed were innocent and vulnerable, deserving of care and protection. Instead, they encountered a nurse whose need for attention and drama was more important to her than their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful college student who vanished during spring break, about a young man whose lies unraveled on national television, and about how a vacation paradise became the setting for a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. In May 2005, 18-year-old Natalie Holloway traveled to Aruba with over 100 classmates from Mountain Brook High School in Alabama to celebrate their graduation. It was supposed to be a carefree week of fun in the sun before they all headed off to college. Natalie was an honor student with a full scholarship to the University of Alabama. She had her whole future ahead of her. But on the last night of the trip, she disappeared without a trace. On May 30th, 2005, Natalie and her friends went to Carlos and Charlie's, a popular bar and restaurant in Oranjestad, the capital of Aruba. Witnesses saw Natalie drinking and dancing with friends. Around 1:30 in the morning, as her classmates were preparing to return to their hotel, several people saw Natalie leave the bar with 3 local young men. She got into a car with them and drove away. That was the last confirmed sighting of Natalie Holloway. The 3 men were Joran van der Sloot, a 17-year-old Dutch student living in Aruba, and brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpo. Joran was the son of a lawyer and judicial official on the island. He had met Natalie at a casino earlier in the week and had been spending time with her and her friends. The Kalpo brothers were friends of Joran who had agreed to give them a ride that night. When Natalie didn't show up for her flight home the next morning, her friends immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her. She was responsible and organized. She wouldn't just miss her flight. They contacted hotel staff and local police, and a search began. But precious hours had already been lost. Natalie's mother, Beth Holloway, flew to Aruba as soon as she heard her daughter was missing. She began her own investigation, going to bars and hotels, showing Natalie's photo, and desperately searching for any information. The Aruban police investigation moved slowly, and Beth felt they weren't taking the case seriously enough. The frustration and anguish of not knowing what happened to her daughter was unbearable. Within days, police identified Joran van der Sloot and the Kalpo brothers as the last people seen with Natalie. The 3 young men were brought in for questioning, and their stories immediately raised red flags. They claimed they had dropped Natalie off at her hotel around 2 in the morning and watched her walk toward the lobby. But hotel security footage showed no sign of Natalie returning that night. When confronted with this inconsistency, the 3 changed their story. Now they said they had actually dropped Natalie off at a different location near some fishermen's huts on the beach. They claimed she wanted to see sharks and insisted on getting out there. This story seemed even less believable. Why would an intoxicated teenage girl want to go to a dark beach alone at 2 in the morning? As the investigation continued, the stories kept changing. Joran would later claim he and Natalie had gone to the beach, that they had fooled around, but that she was alive when he left her there. He said he called Deepak to pick him up and left Natalie on the beach. But physical evidence didn't support this version either. The 3 suspects were arrested and released multiple times over the following months. Each time, investigators hoped to break through their lies and find out what really happened to Natalie. But without her body and without any witnesses to what occurred after she left the bar, building a case was extremely difficult. The case became an international media sensation. News crews descended on Aruba. Nancy Grace and other television personalities covered the story extensively. Natalie's face was everywhere. Her family appeared on every major news program, pleading for information and criticizing the Aruban investigation. The attention put enormous pressure on Aruban authorities. Massive searches were conducted across the island. Volunteers combed beaches, searched landfills, and investigated abandoned buildings. Dutch Marines brought in specialized equipment to search underwater areas. The FBI sent agents to assist. Despite all these efforts, no trace of Natalie was found. No body, no clothing, no evidence of what happened to her after she got in that car. Joran van der Sloot became the focus of intense scrutiny. His behavior was suspicious and his lies were constant. He seemed to enjoy the media attention, giving interviews where he would hint at knowing more than he was saying. He appeared on television with his lawyer, smirking and seeming unconcerned about a missing girl. His attitude enraged people following the case. In 2007, a hidden camera investigation by Dutch television captured Joran apparently confessing to being involved in Natalie's death. He claimed she had convulsions on the beach and died, and that he had called a friend to help dispose of her body in the ocean. But Joran later claimed he was lying to impress the person he was talking to, and prosecutors couldn't use the recording as evidence because of how it was obtained. Years passed with no resolution. In 2012, Natalie was legally declared dead, but her body has never been found. Her family never got the closure of being able to lay her to rest. They never got definitive answers about what happened to her that night in Aruba. The case took a disturbing turn in 2010 when Joran van der Sloot ended the life of another young woman, 21-year-old Stephanie Flores Ramirez in Peru. Stephanie was found beaten to death in Joran's hotel room in Lima. This happened exactly 5 years to the day after Natalie disappeared. Joran was convicted of taking Stephanie's life and sentenced to 28 years in a Peruvian prison. The Flores case seemed to confirm what many had believed all along, that Joran van der Sloot was capable of violence against young women and had likely been responsible for Natalie's death as well. In 2023, Joran was extradited to the United States to face charges related to extortion. He had attempted to extort money from Natalie's family in exchange for information about what happened to her. As part of a plea deal, Joran finally confessed to ending Natalie's life. He admitted that he and Natalie had been on the beach, that she had rejected his advances, and that he had attacked her in anger. He said he pushed her face into the sand and hit her with a cinder block, then dragged her body into the ocean. He provided these details to prosecutors and Natalie's family as part of his plea agreement. While the confession provided some answers, it brought little comfort to Natalie's family. Beth Holloway had spent 18 years searching for the truth about what happened to her daughter. Learning the horrific details of how Natalie died was devastating, and the fact that Joran showed no genuine remorse made it worse. Natalie Holloway was a bright, beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She should have come home from that graduation trip and gone to college. Instead, she encountered a dangerous predator who took her life and then lied about it for nearly 2 decades. Her case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability young people face when traveling and the evil that can hide behind a friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved television personality who seemed to have it all, about a wife who vanished on Mother's Day weekend, and about how a man who projected a perfect image to the world was hiding a dark secret that would eventually unravel in front of millions. In May 2009, Drew Peterson was a former police sergeant from Bolingbrook, Illinois, who had become infamous for the disappearance of his 4th wife. But the story really begins in 2007 when 23-year-old Stacy Peterson vanished without a trace, leaving behind 2 young children and a husband with a troubling past. Stacy and Callis had married Drew Peterson in 2003 when she was just 19 years old. Drew was 30 years older than Stacy and had already been married 3 times before. He was a police officer with the Bolingbrook Police Department, well known in the community and seemingly respectable. But those close to the couple knew that the marriage was troubled and that Drew was controlling and possessive. On October 28, 2007, Drew Peterson reported his wife Stacy missing. He told police that she had called him that morning saying she was leaving him for another man and didn't want to be found. He claimed she had packed some clothes and abandoned their 2 young children without saying goodbye. The story immediately struck investigators as suspicious. Friends and family said Stacy would never leave her children, no matter what problems existed in her marriage. As police began investigating Stacy's disappearance, dark details about Drew Peterson's past emerged. His 3rd wife, Kathleen Savio, had been found dead in her bathtub in 2004. At the time, her death had been ruled an accidental drowning. But now, with another wife missing under suspicious circumstances, authorities decided to take a second look at Kathleen's death. Kathleen Savio had been going through a contentious divorce with Drew Peterson when she died. She had told friends and family that she feared Drew and believed he might harm her. She had even written letters expressing her concerns that if something happened to her, Drew would be responsible. But when she was found dead in her dry bathtub with a gash on her head, the death was investigated by Drew's fellow police officers and quickly ruled accidental. The case was reopened, and Kathleen's body was exhumed for a new autopsy. This time, forensic pathologists determined that her death was not an accident. The bathtub had been dry, making drowning impossible. The injuries on her body were consistent with a struggle. The new ruling was that Kathleen Savio had been the victim of a staged drowning and had actually been taken out in a violent attack. As investigators dug deeper into Drew Peterson's background, they discovered he had been married 4 times, and 2 of his wives were now either dead or missing. His first 2 marriages had ended in divorce, with both ex-wives describing him as controlling and abusive. A pattern was emerging of a man who needed to dominate the women in his life, and who became dangerous when they tried to leave him. Drew Peterson, rather than lying low during the investigation, did something unusual. He began appearing on television talk shows and news programs, giving interviews where he would joke about the situation and act unconcerned about his missing wife. He appeared on programs with hosts like Matt Lauer and Larry King, sometimes making inappropriate jokes and seeming to enjoy the attention. His behavior struck many people as bizarre and suspicious. The media attention turned Drew Peterson into a dark celebrity. He seemed to relish being in the spotlight, even as he was the prime suspect in both his third wife's death and his fourth wife's disappearance. He would mock investigators, make light of the accusations against him, and present himself as a victim of a witch hunt. This behavior disturbed the families of both Kathleen and Stacy, who were desperate for answers and justice. In 2009, Drew Peterson was finally arrested and charged with taking the life of his third wife, Kathleen Savio. Prosecutors faced challenges because the case was several years old and physical evidence was limited. But they had Kathleen's statements before her death expressing fear of Drew. They had the new autopsy findings, and they had the suspicious circumstances of Stacy's disappearance that established a pattern. Drew's trial for Kathleen's case began in 2012. It became a media circus, with cameras in the courtroom and daily coverage of the proceedings. The prosecution's case relied heavily on hearsay evidence, statements Kathleen had made to others about her fear of Drew before she died. Normally, hearsay is not admissible in court, but Illinois had passed a special law allowing such evidence in cases where the defendant was believed to have caused the witness to be unavailable to testify. The prosecution presented testimony from Kathleen's friends and family about her fears. They showed evidence of the contentious divorce and Drew's controlling behavior. They presented the forensic evidence showing that Kathleen's death could not have been an accidental drowning. They argued that Drew had staged the scene to make it look like an accident. The defense argued that the evidence was circumstantial and that the hearsay law was unconstitutional. They claimed Drew was being prosecuted because of Stacy's disappearance, not because of solid evidence in Kathleen's case. They suggested that Kathleen had actually died by accident and that the reopened investigation was based on speculation rather than facts. In September 2012, the jury found Drew Peterson guilty of taking the life of Kathleen Savio. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison. The conviction brought some measure of justice for Kathleen's family, though it did nothing to answer questions about what happened to Stacy Peterson. Stacy Peterson has never been found. Her body has never been recovered despite extensive searches. In 2013, Drew Peterson was charged with attempting to hire someone to take out the prosecutor who convicted him in Kathleen's case. He was convicted of solicitation and received an additional 40 years in prison. In 2022, Drew Peterson was charged with solicitation again, this time for allegedly trying to hire someone to take out the attorney who represented Kathleen Savio's family. These additional charges ensured that Drew Peterson will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Drew Peterson is now in his 70s and will probably die behind bars. He has never revealed what happened to Stacy Peterson or shown remorse for Kathleen Savio's death. Stacy's family continues to search for answers and hopes that someday her remains will be found so she could be properly laid to rest. Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson were two women who had the misfortune of marrying a man who saw them as possessions rather than people. When they tried to leave or threatened his control, he responded with violence. Kathleen paid with her life, and Stacy disappeared, presumably meeting the same fate. Drew Peterson's need for power and control over the women in his life led to tragedy, and his arrogance in thinking he could get away with it because of his position as a police officer ultimately led to his downfall. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charming young man who seemed to have a bright future, about a series of brutal attacks that terrorized California in the 1970s and 80s, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history was finally caught decades later through a revolutionary use of DNA technology. For over 40 years, a serial predator known by various names terrorized California. He started as the Visalia ransacker, became the East Area Predator, then the original Night Stalker, and was eventually called the Golden State Killer. But behind all these names was one man, Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer who used his knowledge of law enforcement to evade capture for decades. The crimes began in 1974 in Visalia, California, where a series of strange break-ins occurred. The intruder would enter homes, ransack them, but often steal only small items of little value. Sometimes he would take photographs or personal items that seemed to have no monetary worth. The pattern was unusual and unsettling. Then in 1975, the Visalia ransacker shot and ended the life of a man who confronted him during a burglary attempt. After that incident, the ransackings in Visalia stopped. But in 1976, a new series of crimes began in Sacramento and spread throughout Northern California. An intruder would break into homes in the middle of the night, often targeting couples. He would shine a flashlight in the faces of sleeping victims, waking them in terror. He would tie up the male victim, often placing dishes on his back and threatening that if he heard the dishes rattle, he would harm the female victim. The attacks were brutal and methodical. The perpetrator clearly planned his crimes carefully, often prowling neighborhoods for days or weeks before striking. He would make threatening phone calls to victims before and after attacks. Sometimes he would break into homes when no one was there, unlocking windows or doors to make future entry easier. His level of preparation was chilling. Between 1976 and 1986, the attacker committed at least 13 known cases of ending life, over 50 assaults, and more than 100 burglaries across California. He struck in Sacramento, Contra Costa County, the East Bay Area, and eventually Southern California. The crimes were connected through DNA evidence and similar patterns. But for years, investigators didn't realize they were dealing with one person operating across such a wide area. What made this perpetrator particularly terrifying was his unpredictability and his apparent enjoyment of psychological torture. He would spend hours in victims' homes, eating their food, drinking their beer, and terrorizing them. He would ask victims cruel questions and make threats against their families. Sometimes he would sob or cry during attacks, leading some investigators to believe he might be mentally unstable. Despite massive investigations involving multiple law enforcement agencies, the perpetrator remained unidentified. He seemed to vanish in 1986 after his final known attack, and the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued working on the case, preserving evidence, and hoping that someday technology would advance enough to catch the person responsible. In the 2000s, investigators began using DNA from the crime scenes to definitively link all the various attacks to one person. They realized the East Area Predator and the original Night Stalker were the same individual, and they started calling him the Golden State Killer. The DNA evidence proved the connection, but it didn't tell them who he was because his DNA wasn't in any criminal database. Then in 2018, investigators tried something revolutionary. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scenes to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people upload their DNA results to find relatives. They weren't looking for an exact match, but for relatives of the perpetrator who might have uploaded their DNA for genealogy purposes. The strategy worked. Investigators found distant relatives of the Golden State Killer through the database. Using traditional genealogy research, they built family trees and narrowed down potential suspects. This led them to Joseph James D'Angelo, a 72-year-old former police officer living in Sacramento County. Investigators began surveilling D'Angelo and eventually collected his DNA from items he had discarded. When they tested that DNA against the crime scene evidence, it was a match. On April 24, 2018, Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, California. The arrest shocked the nation and brought closure to families who had waited decades for answers. D'Angelo had been a police officer in Exeter and Auburn, California, during the time he was committing many of his crimes. He had used his law enforcement knowledge to evade capture, understanding how police investigated crimes and what evidence to avoid leaving. He had been fired from the Auburn Police Department in 1979 for shoplifting, but no one had connected him to the series of attacks happening in the area. After leaving law enforcement, D'Angelo worked at a grocery store distribution center until his retirement. He lived a seemingly normal life with his wife and children. Neighbors described him as an odd, sometimes angry man who would yell at people, but no one suspected he was capable of such horrific crimes. His family was shocked by his arrest. In June 2020, Joseph D'Angelo pleaded guilty to 13 counts of first-degree ending of life and admitted to numerous other crimes. At his sentencing hearing, which lasted several days, survivors and family members of victims gave emotional impact statements. They described the decades of pain, fear, and trauma his actions had caused. D'Angelo, now elderly and frail, showed little emotion during the proceedings. He made a brief statement apologizing to his victims, but many felt it was too little, too late. In August 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At 74 years old, he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Golden State Killer case revolutionized how law enforcement approaches cold cases. The use of genetic genealogy to identify D'Angelo opened new possibilities for solving decades-old crimes. Since his arrest, this technique has been used to solve numerous other cold cases across the country. For the victims and families who suffered at the hands of Joseph D'Angelo, his capture brought a mix of relief and renewed pain. Many victims had spent 40 years looking over their shoulders, afraid he might return. Some had died before seeing him brought to justice. But those who survived and the families of those who didn't finally had answers and could see their attacker held accountable. Joseph D'Angelo terrorized California for over a decade, hiding behind his badge and his ordinary appearance. He destroyed lives, shattered families, and created fear that lasted for generations. But in the end, science and determined investigators brought him to justice, proving that even after decades, the truth can still emerge and evil can finally be held accountable for its crimes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely different lives at the same time. A man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life, as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie-France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, the records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence, it is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who erased his entire family quietly, methodically, and then vanished so completely that for nearly 2 decades, no one knew where he had gone or how he had done it. This is a true crime story about control, shame, patience, and how an ordinary-looking life can hide something unimaginably cold beneath its surface. In the early 1970s, John List lived with his family in a large mansion-style home in Westfield, New Jersey. From the outside, the house looked impressive, even grand. It stood as a symbol of stability and success. Inside lived John, his wife Helen, their 3 children, and John's elderly mother. To neighbors and acquaintances, the List family appeared reserved, traditional, and deeply religious. They attended church regularly. They followed routines. There were no public scandals, no visible chaos. John List was quiet and rigid. He believed strongly in order, discipline, and moral structure. He saw himself as the head of the household, responsible for guiding his family not just materially, but spiritually. He believed that appearances mattered deeply. Failure, to him, was not just personal. It was shameful. Behind that controlled exterior, however, John's life was slowly collapsing. He had lost his job. His finances were falling apart. Debt was mounting. The lifestyle he believed his family needed was no longer sustainable. Instead of adjusting, instead of asking for help, John withdrew further into himself. He continued dressing neatly, attending church, and pretending everything was fine. He told no one the truth. Inside his mind, something dangerous was forming. John began convincing himself that his family would not survive what was coming. He believed they would be humiliated. He believed they would lose their faith. He believed the world would corrupt them. Gradually, disturbingly, he reframed murder as mercy. He convinced himself that killing them would save them. On November 9th, 1971, John List acted. That morning, he went about his routine calmly. There was no explosion of anger, no sudden break. One by one, he killed his family members inside their home. His wife, his children, his mother. Each act was deliberate, controlled, quiet. He arranged their bodies carefully, positioning them as if they were sleeping or praying. He turned on classical music to fill the house with sound, masking the silence that followed. Afterward, John did not flee in panic. He cleaned. He wrote letters. He canceled newspaper deliveries. He shut off lights. He locked the house. Then he simply walked away. For weeks, no one noticed. Neighbors assumed the family was away. The house sat undisturbed, filled with music playing endlessly in empty rooms. It was only when a concerned acquaintance requested a welfare check that police entered the home and discovered the bodies. The scene stunned investigators. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no robbery. Everything pointed inward. And John List was gone. The investigation stretched on, but leads dried up quickly. John had planned carefully. He left behind little trace. No clear destination. No impulsive mistakes. As years passed, the case went cold. The large house was eventually demolished, but the mystery remained. Nearly 18 years later, the case resurfaced unexpectedly. In 1989, John List's story was featured on a television program focused on wanted fugitives. For the first time, a forensic artist created an age-progressed image of what John might look like after nearly 2 decades on the run. The image was broadcast nationally. Someone recognized him. That someone was a neighbor in a quiet town in Virginia who knew a man named Robert Clark, a reserved, polite accountant, a church-going man, a devoted husband, someone who fit seamlessly into the background of suburban life. Robert Clark was John List. He had remarried. He had built a new life. He had maintained the same rigid routines, the same controlled demeanor. For 18 years, he lived undetected, blending into normalcy with chilling ease. When police arrested him, John did not resist. He did not deny what he had done. At trial, he showed little emotion. He spoke calmly. He framed his actions as tragic but necessary. The jury did not accept this narrative. In 1990, John List was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. What makes this story linger is not just the violence. It is the patience, the calculation, the way a man erased an entire family and then waited quietly for years, living as if nothing had happened. It forces us to confront how little we sometimes know about the people beside us, how appearances can be carefully constructed, how danger does not always arrive screaming. Sometimes it arrives dressed neatly, speaking softly, and waiting for the right moment. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, it seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains, partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted completely, a man whose job placed him inside homes, inside private spaces, inside lives that believed they were safe. This is a true crime story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness for years before finally being exposed. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a man named Stephen McDaniel lived in Gainesville, Florida. He was intelligent, socially awkward, and often overlooked. He studied law, struggled to maintain relationships, and lived a life that appeared small and isolated. People described him as odd but harmless, quiet but unremarkable. He was not someone who demanded attention. He lingered on the edges of conversations, watching more than participating. Stephen lived in an apartment complex near a young woman named Lauren Giddings. Lauren was everything Stephen was not. She was confident, social, and well-liked. She was also a law student, ambitious and disciplined, with a close circle of friends and a clear sense of direction. She had plans. She talked about her future. She spoke openly about her goals and the life she wanted to build. People trusted her judgment. People felt safe around her. Stephen and Lauren knew each other casually. They shared common spaces. They exchanged brief conversations. There was no relationship, no intimacy, no indication that Lauren saw Stephen as anything more than a familiar face in her environment. But Stephen was watching. He noticed her routines. When she left, when she returned, who visited her apartment. He paid attention to details that meant nothing to anyone else. Over time, his interest shifted into fixation. Not romantic longing, but ownership. Control. The belief that he deserved access to her simply because she existed near him. In June 2011, Lauren disappeared. At first, it did not seem immediately alarming. She was an adult. She lived independently. But within days, concern grew. She missed scheduled events. She failed to respond to messages. Her car was still parked outside her apartment. Her phone went unanswered. Friends entered her apartment and found nothing disturbed, except for one chilling detail. Her bathroom vent cover was missing. As concern escalated, police became involved. Missing person flyers were distributed. Searches began. The case gained attention within the community, particularly because Lauren was a law student with strong connections and a stable life. She was not someone who would simply walk away. Stephen McDaniel inserted himself into the search. He spoke to reporters. He offered insights. He appeared concerned. He described Lauren as a friend. His demeanor was strange, but not immediately incriminating. He spoke slowly, awkwardly, sometimes smiling at inappropriate moments. Some viewers felt unsettled by him, but discomfort alone is not evidence. Behind the scenes, investigators began examining security footage, phone records, and apartment layouts. And then they noticed something horrifying. Stephen's apartment shared a wall with Lauren's. The missing vent cover connected the two apartments through a crawl space. When police searched Stephen's apartment, they discovered disturbing items, tools, evidence of forced access, signs that he had entered Lauren's apartment without her knowledge. Under further questioning, his composure began to crack. When confronted with specific evidence, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had entered Lauren's apartment through the vent system. He admitted to stalking her. He admitted to killing her. He described the act with chilling detachment, focusing not on emotion but on process. After murdering her, he dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations around the area. The search expanded. Over the following days, investigators recovered Lauren's remains from wooded areas and trash sites. Each discovery confirmed the confession. The calm, polite man who had spoken to reporters was revealed to be someone capable of extraordinary violence, hidden beneath years of silence and resentment. At trial, Stephen McDaniel showed little emotion. He did not cry. He did not plead. He did not attempt to explain himself in human terms. His statements focused on facts, actions, and sequences, as if recounting a project rather than a life taken. In 2014, Stephen McDaniel was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Lauren Giddings' death devastated her family and community, not only because of the loss, but because of how close the danger had been. The man who killed her was not a stranger in a dark alley. He was a neighbor, a familiar face, someone trusted by proximity alone. This story stays with people because it strips away the illusion of distance. It reminds us that some crimes are not loud.
They do not announce themselves.
They sit quietly behind walls, waiting for routines to become predictable, for trust to become invisible, for time to pass unnoticed. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not how a crime happens, but how long it can exist unseen.
I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly. A disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hard-working woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages felt off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, dependable, and almost forgettable. A man whose quiet presence never raised alarms, and whose violence unfolded slowly, carefully, and almost invisibly. This is a true crime story about obsession, emotional control, and how a killer who believed he could manage everything was undone by patience and time. Christopher Watts lived a life that looked peaceful from the outside. He worked steadily in the oil industry. He lived in a clean suburban neighborhood in Colorado. He was married, had 2 young daughters, and presented himself as a calm, soft-spoken family man. Friends described him as polite and reserved. Neighbors saw him as ordinary. There was nothing about him that suggested danger. But inside that controlled exterior, something had been eroding for years. Christopher struggled deeply with emotional expression. He avoided confrontation. He suppressed resentment instead of addressing it. When problems arose, he did not argue or fight. He withdrew. Over time, this pattern created a silent pressure, one that built quietly without release. His marriage began to strain. Financial stress grew. Emotional distance widened. Instead of facing these realities, Christopher escaped inward. Then he met another woman. The relationship gave him a sense of freedom he had not felt in years. It offered admiration without responsibility, possibility without history. Slowly, he began imagining a life without his family, a clean restart without consequences. But reality stood in the way. Divorce meant exposure, judgment, and financial obligation. It meant facing his own failures openly. Christopher wanted escape without accountability. On the night of August 12, 2018, his wife Shawn returned home from a business trip. She was pregnant. She was exhausted. She wanted answers. Inside their home, a quiet confrontation unfolded. There was no screaming her by neighbors. No chaos spilled outside. What happened next was controlled, deliberate, and final. Christopher killed his wife. Then, in a decision that stunned even experienced investigators, he killed his 2 daughters as well. What followed revealed the depth of his detachment. He loaded their bodies into his truck before dawn. He drove to an oil site where he worked, a place familiar and isolated. There, he disposed of his wife's body in a shallow grave and placed his daughters into oil tanks, believing the environment would destroy evidence completely. Afterward, he returned home and began acting as if nothing had happened. When Shawn and the children were reported missing later that day, Christopher appeared on television, pleading for their safe return. His voice was calm, his posture relaxed. He spoke of love and hope, but his words felt hollow. Viewers sensed something was wrong, even if they could not name it yet. Police moved quickly. Surveillance footage contradicted his statements. His emotional responses did not match the situation. Friends of Shawn noticed his behavior was unusually composed. Investigators applied steady pressure, not aggression. They let silence work. They watched him unravel slowly. Within days, confronted with evidence and inconsistencies, Christopher confessed. His story shifted multiple times before settling on the truth. He admitted to killing his wife and children. He described the acts without visible emotion, focusing instead on logistics. His calm demeanor throughout shocked the public. There was no visible rage, no dramatic collapse, just quiet admission. At sentencing, the reality of his actions fully emerged. Christopher Watts was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never leave prison. His case became one of the most disturbing family annihilation crimes in modern American history, not because of chaos or brutality alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. This story stays with people because it challenges assumptions. It shows how avoidance can be more dangerous than anger, how silence can conceal decay, and how someone who seems harmless can carry destruction beneath a calm surface for years. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived 2 lives so perfectly separated that even those closest to him never imagined they could overlap. This is a true crime story about discipline, secrecy, and how a person trained to control every detail eventually lost control in the most devastating way. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada, where he built a life defined by structure and achievement. From a young age, he was drawn to order, routine, and authority. He excelled academically, joined the military, and steadily climbed the ranks of the Royal Canadian Air Force. To colleagues, he was disciplined, intelligent, and dependable. To superiors, he was exceptional. Eventually, he became a decorated colonel and the commander of Canada's largest Air Force base, CFB Trenton. His career placed him at the highest levels of trust. Russell Williams flew search and rescue missions after natural disasters. He transported dignitaries and world leaders. He wore medals. He spoke calmly and confidently. He represented stability, competence, and honor. He was married, lived in a neat suburban home, and maintained an image that seemed beyond reproach. There were no public cracks, no scandals, no visible signs of chaos. But beneath that controlled exterior, another life was unfolding quietly. For years, Russell Williams had been committing break-ins across small Ontario towns. He targeted homes carefully, often choosing houses where women lived alone. These were not random acts. He studied neighborhoods. He learned routines. He entered homes when he believed no one was inside. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took deeply personal items, clothing, undergarments, objects meant to remain private. At home, he documented these thefts obsessively. He photographed himself wearing the stolen items. He cataloged them. He preserved them as trophies. This secret ritual gave him a sense of control and release that his public life never revealed. For a long time, these crimes remained unnoticed, dismissed as minor burglaries or never reported at all. Then the behavior escalated. In 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie France Comeau disappeared after returning home from work at CFB Trenton. Her body was later found in a remote area. The murder shocked the military community. She was young, respected, and well-liked. There were no immediate suspects. The crime appeared isolated, tragic, and inexplicable. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was reported missing after going for a walk near her home. This time, investigators moved quickly. Jessica's body was found, and the similarities between the cases became impossible to ignore. The crimes were organized, controlled, personal. Police began examining patterns. They noticed a series of unusual break-ins across the region, many involving stolen clothing, but no forced entry. Tire tracks near one crime scene stood out. The tread pattern was distinctive. Investigators quietly began checking vehicles in the area, comparing tires without alerting the public. One of those vehicles belonged to Russell Williams. When police visited him at his home, he was calm, polite, and cooperative. He answered questions easily. He agreed to provide samples and allow searches. He behaved exactly as a man with nothing to hide would behave. But when investigators searched his property, they uncovered a hidden world. Inside his home, they found photographs documenting years of thefts, images of Russell posing in stolen clothing, carefully organized files, detailed records, the trophies of his secret life. The evidence was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something remarkable happened. Faced with undeniable proof, he did not rage. He did not cry. He did not deny. Instead, he spoke with chilling calm. He confessed in detail to the burglaries. Then, slowly, he admitted to the murders. He explained his actions methodically, as if recounting tasks rather than crimes. His voice remained steady. His posture relaxed. The contrast was unsettling. Here was a man trained to lead, to protect, to serve, calmly describing acts of extreme violence. There was no loss of control in his telling, only acknowledgement. At trial, the full scope of his double life was revealed. The jury heard how he balanced a prestigious military career with secret nightly excursions into strangers' homes. How his need for control grew stronger over time. How the private fantasy world eventually spilled into irreversible violence. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left Canada shaken, not because the crimes were loud or chaotic, but because they were hidden behind authority and respectability. It forced people to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look wild or unstable. Sometimes it looks calm, accomplished, and trusted. This story lingers because it shows how secrecy can harden over time, how compartmentalization can allow someone to live two realities without collision, and how even the most controlled lives can unravel when fantasy replaces empathy. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who looked like the perfect husband, the kind neighbors trusted and coworkers admired, a man who smiled on camera while standing just feet away from the truth. This is a true crime story about deception, pressure, and how a life built on quiet lies collapsed in a single, chilling week. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a neat suburban neighborhood where mornings were calm and routines rarely changed. He worked in the oil and gas industry, a stable job that paid well enough to support a comfortable life. He was married to Shawn Watts, a woman who was outspoken, organized, and deeply involved in social media. Together, they had 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste, and another child on the way. From the outside, their life appeared structured and successful, the kind of family people envy without knowing. But inside the house, tension had been building slowly. Chris was quiet, emotionally distant, and conflict avoidant. Shawn was dominant, expressive, and controlling in ways that often went unnoticed because she framed them as enthusiasm and motivation. Over time, Chris stopped expressing frustration. He did not argue. He did not confront. Instead, he withdrew inward, storing resentment without release. In mid-2018, Chris began an affair with a coworker. This relationship awakened something dangerous. For the first time in years, Chris felt unburdened. He imagined a life without responsibilities, without debt, without marriage or children. But instead of seeing obstacles as problems to solve, he began seeing them as things to remove. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shawn returned home from a business trip just after 2 a.m. She was exhausted and pregnant. What happened next unfolded quietly, without screaming, without chaos. And that is what makes it so disturbing. Chris killed her in their bedroom. What followed was even darker. He then killed his 2 daughters, one by one. There was no emergency call, no moment of hesitation recorded. He loaded their bodies in his truck before sunrise, driving calmly to an oil site where he worked. There, he buried Shawn in a shallow grave and placed his daughters in separate oil tanks, pushing their small bodies through narrow openings with deliberate force. Then he went to work as usual. When Shawn failed to respond to messages later that morning, concerns spread quickly. Her friend contacted police, sensing something was wrong. Officers arrived at the house the same day. Chris welcomed them inside, calm, cooperative, and seemingly confused. This is where the story turns deeply unsettling. On body camera footage, Chris spoke softly, pacing the living room, answering questions politely. He suggested Shawn had taken the children and left after an argument. He showed no panic, no urgency. His concern appeared rehearsed, shallow, and oddly delayed. Investigators noticed it immediately. Over the next 2 days, the pressure increased. Surveillance footage from a neighbor showed Chris loading his truck early that morning, something he rarely did. His story shifted subtly with each retelling. He failed a polygraph test. When confronted, he broke. Chris confessed. At first, he tried to shift blame, claiming Shawn had killed the children, and he reacted in rage. But that version collapsed quickly. Faced with evidence, he admitted the full truth. The murders were premeditated. The actions were deliberate. The public reaction was immediate and intense. People were horrified not just by what he did, but by how ordinary he seemed while doing it. Interviews aired showing him pleading for his family's return just hours after killing them. His flat effect, awkward smiles, and emotional emptiness became symbols of how deception can hide behind politeness. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In later interviews from prison, he spoke about the murders with disturbing calm, offering explanations that never truly explained anything. He said he felt free afterward. He said he did not understand why he did it. He said too much, and yet nothing that made sense. This story stays with people because it did not happen in isolation. It happened in a home filled with toys. It happened in a neighborhood where people waved at each other. It happened without warning signs loud enough for anyone to stop it. And it reminds us that danger does not always look like chaos. Sometimes it looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like compliance. Sometimes it looks like a man who never raises his voice, never argues, never complains, until one day, everything underneath gives way. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted by parents, respected by politicians, admired by neighbors, and welcomed into homes without hesitation. A man who used smiles, handshakes, and community service to build a disguise so effective that it allowed him to murder again and again while people thanked him for his kindness. This is a true crime story about masks, manipulation, and how evil can hide behind the loudest appearance of normal life. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942 into a household ruled by fear and contradiction. His father was violent, alcoholic, and deeply critical, especially toward John, whom he mocked as weak and worthless. Praise was rare, approval almost non-existent. From a young age, John learned that love was conditional and power came from dominance. He learned to perform, to please, to lie if necessary, and above all, to crave validation. As he grew older, John discovered something important about himself. He was good at talking. He was charming. He could make people laugh, make them feel comfortable, make them trust him quickly. These skills would become the foundation of everything that followed. By his 20s, John had already shown signs of deviant behavior. He was arrested once for sexual assault against a teenage boy and served time in prison. But after his release, instead of being watched closely, he was allowed to rebuild his life almost completely unchecked. He moved back to Illinois, married, started a business, and began integrating himself into the community. This is where the mask became complete. John Wayne Gacy ran a successful contracting company. He hired teenage boys and young men, often those who needed money or guidance. He paid them. He joked with them. He treated them like friends. Parents trusted him because he seemed responsible. Police trusted him because he was active in civic organizations. Politicians trusted him because he volunteered tirelessly for local events. And then there was the clown. Gacy performed at hospitals and charity events dressed as a clown he called Pogo. Children laughed. Adults smiled. Cameras flashed. The image of a man who brought joy to others became deeply embedded in the public perception of who he was. No one imagined that the same hands holding balloons had also strangled, beaten, and buried dozens of young men. The murders began quietly in the early 1970s. Gacy lured victims to his home with promises of work, alcohol, or a place to stay. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted. He used handcuffs as part of what he claimed was a magic trick. Once restrained, escape became impossible. He tortured and killed his victims slowly, often strangling them, sometimes assaulting them before death. What makes this story particularly horrifying is not just the violence, but the logistics. Gacy buried many of his victims beneath his house, in the crawl space, under the floorboards. He continued living there. He hosted parties. He invited guests over. He slept feet above decomposing bodies. When the smell became noticeable, he blamed dampness, sewage issues, or dead animals. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Over the years, young men kept disappearing. Some were reported missing. Some were not. Many came from unstable backgrounds. Police dismissed early concerns, assuming the victims had run away or left town. When parents complained, Gacy was questioned more than once. Each time, he talked his way through it. Calm, cooperative, convincing. He even passed background checks. He continued killing. Everything changed in December 1978, when a 15-year-old boy named Robert Pius disappeared after mentioning a job opportunity with Gacy. This time, the circumstances did not allow police to ignore it. The boy had been reliable. He had a strong family. He vanished suddenly. Investigators searched Gacy's house. At first, they found nothing concrete, but something felt wrong. The smell, the inconsistencies in his statements, the sheer number of young men connected to him. Surveillance was established. They watched him closely. During this period, Gacy dumped several bodies into the Des Plaines River, trying desperately to reduce the evidence beneath his home. But it was too late. The walls were closing in. When police finally obtained a warrant and began digging beneath the house, the truth emerged slowly, then overwhelmingly. Body after body, layered, packed. 33 victims in total, making John Wayne Gacy one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. When arrested, Gacy shifted between confidence and panic. He tried to maintain control, but it was gone. During interrogation, he spoke in circles, contradicted himself, and occasionally bragged. He claimed alternate personalities. He blamed others. None of it worked. At trial, the evidence was unbearable. Families sat through descriptions of how their sons had been tortured and killed. The jury convicted Gacy of multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. In prison, Gacy continued performing, this time as an artist. He painted clowns. He sold them. He signed them with his name. Even in confinement, he clung to the identity he believed protected him. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994. This story endures not because of spectacle, but because of betrayal. He was not a shadowy stranger. He was the man parents trusted with their children. He was the neighbor who volunteered. He was the clown who made people laugh. And beneath that carefully constructed image was a predator who understood one terrifying truth. People are less afraid of monsters when they are smiling. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the highest level of discipline and trust, a man responsible for national security, respected by his peers, admired for his precision, and feared by absolutely no one. This is a true crime story about control, secrecy, and how someone who mastered order used it to hide unimaginable violence, until a single mistake unraveled everything. Russell Williams was a decorated Canadian Air Force colonel. He commanded one of the country's most important military bases. He flew aircraft carrying political leaders and royalty. He wore the uniform perfectly, spoke calmly, and followed rules obsessively. To those around him, he was professionalism embodied. There were no visible cracks, no scandals, no rumors that hinted at what he did when no one was watching. But beneath that polished exterior was a private world built on obsession. For years, women in quiet Ontario towns reported strange incidents. Homes were broken into while residents slept. Nothing obvious was stolen. Instead, underwear went missing. Sometimes the intruder moved through the house silently, rearranging items, standing close to sleeping victims without waking them. Police initially treated these as isolated burglaries, uncomfortable but not urgent. They were wrong. Russell Williams was escalating. What began as fetishistic break-ins slowly evolved into something far darker. The secrecy fueled him. The control intoxicated him. He photographed himself wearing stolen clothing, carefully cataloging his crimes like achievements. He believed his status protected him. He believed his intelligence made him untouchable. In 2009, the pattern shattered. A woman named Corporal Marie France Como disappeared. Her body was later found in a remote wooded area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Shortly after, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was killed under similar circumstances. Panic spread quickly. This was no longer a series of strange break-ins. A predator was actively hunting. Investigators intensified their efforts. For the first time, they connected the burglaries to the murders. Tire tracks became critical evidence. A unique tread pattern appeared near multiple crime scenes. Police canvassed hundreds of vehicles, measuring tires, narrowing possibilities. It was slow, methodical work, the same kind of work the killer himself relied on to avoid detection. Then, during a routine traffic stop, police noticed tires that matched. The vehicle belonged to Colonel Russell Williams. When investigators visited his home, they expected resistance, denial, perhaps anger. Instead, they encountered politeness, calm cooperation. Williams agreed to speak with them, confident that his intelligence and composure would carry him through. The interrogation that followed became one of the most studied police interviews in modern criminal history. For hours, Russell Williams denied everything. He spoke slowly, precisely, correcting investigators on minor details. But as evidence was presented piece by piece, tire impressions, fibers, timelines, something shifted. The structure he relied on began to crack. And then it collapsed. Williams confessed. Not emotionally, not dramatically. He described his crimes in chilling detail, explaining how he chose victims, how he broke into homes, how he maintained control. He spoke as if giving a report, detached from the reality of what he had done. The mask was gone, but the coldness remained. Police searched his home and uncovered an archive of horror. Thousands of photographs documenting his crimes. Evidence connecting him to years of assaults, break-ins, and the murders. The scope of his behavior stunned even seasoned investigators. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for decades. In court, he offered a statement of responsibility, but no explanation that could bridge the gap between who he appeared to be and what he had done. This story is disturbing because it destroys the idea that monsters look monstrous. Russell Williams did not lurk in alleyways or live on the margins of society. He lived at its center. He enforced rules. He wore medals. He commanded respect. And at night, he violated homes, bodies, and lives with meticulous care. It reminds us that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it salutes. Sometimes it hides behind authority, routine, and silence, believing structure will keep it safe forever. Until one detail is overlooked, until one pattern is noticed, and the entire illusion falls apart. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, soft-spoken, and dependable, a man whose life looked calm and orderly from the outside, but who was quietly drifting toward a decision that would erase his entire family in a single morning. This is a true crime story about denial, pressure, and how someone can convince themselves that escape is easier than truth until the weight of reality finally collapses everything. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where days blended into each other. He worked in the oil industry, a steady job that paid the bills. He was known as polite, reserved, and non-confrontational. Neighbors described him as the kind of man who waved, smiled, and kept to himself. He was married to Shannon Watts, a strong-willed and energetic woman who was active on social media, documenting their life, their home, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked busy but happy. Inside the house, things were far more complicated. The marriage had become strained. Financial stress lingered beneath the surface, even as Shannon tried to maintain a positive image. Chris felt increasingly small inside his own life. He avoided conflict, rarely expressed anger, and instead swallowed frustration until it turned inward. Rather than confronting problems, he detached emotionally, retreating into silence. Then Chris began an affair. The relationship offered him something he had not felt in years, a sense of attention, freedom, and a future that did not involve responsibility. As the affair deepened, his existing life began to feel like a trap. Instead of seeing two paths, one difficult and one honest, he began imagining only one way out. By the summer of 2018, Shannon was pregnant with their third child. Rather than grounding him, the pregnancy intensified his panic. The life he secretly wanted now felt completely unreachable. And instead of ending the affair or telling the truth, Chris began constructing something far darker in his mind. A future where he could erase the past entirely. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Security footage later showed her entering the house quietly, unaware that it would be the last time she ever walked through that door. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The neighborhood was silent. The house went dark. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would unravel one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, standing on his front lawn, giving interviews, his voice calm, his hands steady. He pleaded for their safe return, speaking as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. His behavior did not match panic. His words felt rehearsed. His emotions seemed hollow. Investigators began working quickly. Surveillance footage showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. Neighbors mentioned unusual behavior. Friends noted that Shannon would never leave without contacting someone. The image of a spontaneous disappearance collapsed almost immediately. Within days, police brought Chris in for questioning. At first, he denied everything. Then, under pressure, he shifted blame, claiming Shannon had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But the story did not hold. The details were inconsistent. The timeline made no sense. Eventually, the truth emerged. Chris Watts had murdered his pregnant wife. He then killed his 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste. After they briefly regained consciousness in the car as he drove to a remote oil site where he worked. There, he disposed of their bodies in oil tanks, hiding them in a place he believed would erase them completely. The calm planning of the crime contrasted sharply with the innocence of the victims. When confronted with evidence, Chris confessed fully. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional explosion, just quiet admission. He spoke of his actions with disturbing detachment, explaining steps rather than expressing remorse. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, the families of the victims spoke not in rage, but in grief and disbelief, struggling to understand how someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such irreversible acts. This story is chilling because it is not about violence born from chaos. It is about avoidance. It shows how silence can be more dangerous than anger, how fear of confrontation can metastasize into something catastrophic, how someone can live inches away from honesty and still choose destruction instead. Chris Watts did not snap in a moment. He decided, and that decision erased 4 lives, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt not because it is loud, but because it is quiet, controlled, and terrifyingly human. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who hid behind routine and discipline, who blended into suburban life so completely that he was trusted by neighbors, respected by coworkers, and ignored by suspicion, while quietly becoming one of the most prolific and terrifying murderers in American history. This is a true crime story about patience, escalation, and how a predator who believed he had outrun time was finally caught decades later by science itself. For years in California, something moved silently through quiet neighborhoods at night. It did not break doors or smash windows. It slipped inside through unlocked entrances, cut phone lines, and waited in the dark. Families slept unaware that someone was standing just feet away, listening to their breathing, memorizing their homes. This presence would eventually become known by many names. The East Area Rapist, the original Night Stalker, the Golden State Killer. But for a long time, he had no face. In mid-1970s, a series of sexual assaults began in Northern California. The attacker targeted women inside their own homes, often while their partners were present. He would bind victims with shoelaces or cords taken from the house, stack dishes on a man's back, and whisper threats that if he heard a sound, he would kill them both. Then he would assault the woman repeatedly, sometimes staying for hours, eating food from the kitchen, wandering the house as if it belonged to him. Police were overwhelmed. There were no clear fingerprints. Witness descriptions varied. The attacker seemed to know police procedures, patrol routes, and response times. He escaped on foot or bicycle through backyards, drainage canals, and fences. Each time officers arrived, he was already gone. What made the crimes even more disturbing was the psychological cruelty. The attacker would call victims weeks or months later, breathing into the phone, reminding them that he was still watching. He wanted them to know that safety was an illusion, that even time could not protect them. Then, without warning, the attacks escalated. In Southern California, couples began turning up murdered in their homes. The method was different, but the control was the same. Binding, blunt force, silence. There were no witnesses, no forced entry. The killer vanished into the night after each crime. For years, investigators did not realize they were chasing the same man. It wasn't until patterns were carefully re-examined that the connection became undeniable. The burglaries, the bindings, the timing, the strange sense of ritual. One offender had evolved over time, growing more confident, more violent, more detached from consequences. And then, in the late 1980s, it stopped. The Golden State Killer disappeared. Decades passed. Victims aged. Evidence degraded. Some investigators retired or died. Many believed the killer was dead, imprisoned for something else, or simply lost to history. The case became legendary but stagnant, a reminder of how easily someone could vanish before the age of digital tracking. But the story was not finished. In the 2010s, a new approach emerged. Investigators began using genetic genealogy, comparing crime scene DNA not to criminals, but to public ancestry databases. Slowly, family trees were built. Branches narrowed. Names emerged. One name stood out: Joseph James D'Angelo. D'Angelo was a former police officer. He had worked in law enforcement during the years of crimes. He lived an ordinary life, married, had children, worked mundane jobs. Neighbors described him as irritable but normal. No one suspected that this aging man had once terrorized an entire state. In April 2018, police arrested him quietly outside his home. He did not resist. When confronted with the evidence, the decades of silence collapsed. D'Angelo eventually confessed to multiple murders and assaults, admitting that he had lived with the urges constantly, even after the crime stopped. He said he tried to suppress them, to bury them under routine and age. But they never truly left him. In 2020, Joseph D'Angelo was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, victims finally faced the man who had stolen their sense of safety so long ago. Many spoke not with anger, but with strength, reclaiming voices that had been taken from them in the dark. This case is haunting because it spans generations, because it shows how a predator can hide behind uniforms, jobs, and family roles, how time does not erase harm, and how science, persistence, and memory can reach back across decades to deliver justice. The Golden State Killer believed he had outrun consequence. He believed age had made him invisible. But the past does not forget. It waits, and sometimes it catches up quietly, without drama, without warning, closing the door forever. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most terrifying hollows aren't found in the earth, but in the heart of a person who decides that their past is a weight they can no longer carry. This is a story about the devastating intersection of ambition and apathy, about how a man can spend years constructing a perfect image of suburban success while quietly calculating the cost of a clean slate. It is a true story about a father who looked at his children not as a legacy, but as evidence of a life he wanted to erase, and how a quiet street in Colorado became the site of a betrayal so deep it redefined our understanding of the word home. Chris Watts was a man who lived a life of quiet, steady observation. He was an operator for an oil and gas company, a man used to monitoring gauges, checking pressures, and ensuring that everything remained within the designated lines. This precision extended to his personal life. In the town of Frederick, he was the man who was always working on his fitness, always maintaining the lawn, and always playing the role of the secondary character in the vibrant, loud, and public life of his wife, Shannon. He was the soft-spoken anchor to her high-energy personality. Their house was a cavernous, beautiful structure that stood as a testament to the suburban dream. It was filled with the artifacts of a life in progress. Toys scattered on the floor, growth charts marked on the walls, and the constant digital hum of a family that lived out loud. Shannon was a master of the digital narrative. She documented their morning routines, the girls' bedtime stories, and the constant excitement of their third pregnancy. To the thousands of people who followed them online, Chris was a hero. He was the husband who surprised her with flowers, the father who let his daughters paint his fingernails, and the man who seemed to embody a gentle, unwavering patience. But inside that house, the silence was beginning to rot. As the summer of 2018 heated the Colorado plains, Chris began to feel the walls of his life closing in. He had met someone else, a co-worker who represented a version of himself he hadn't yet met. A man without the responsibilities of a mortgage, a marriage, or a growing family. In his mind, he didn't see a complicated divorce or a difficult transition. He saw a binary choice, the old life or the new one. He began to detach, his quietness shifting from a sign of peace to a sign of total emotional desertion. He stopped looking at the photos on the walls. He stopped feeling the weight of his daughters in his arms. He began to view his family as a set of variables that needed to be removed from the equation. The end of the story began in the pre-dawn hours of August 13th. Shannon returned from a business trip, delayed by weather, and entered a house that had already become a tomb in her husband's mind. What followed was not a crime of passion or a sudden explosion of temper. It was a cold, manual process. Chris waited for the house to be still, and then he removed the most significant person in his life. But the horror did not stop there. It didn't stop with the silence in the master bedroom. He loaded his wife's body into the back of his work truck while his two daughters, Bella and Celeste, were still alive. He drove them out into the vast, industrial wasteland of the oil fields where he worked, a landscape of dirt and steel that mirrored the coldness in his chest. For 45 minutes, he drove through the darkness with his children in the back seat, knowing exactly what he was going to do. He didn't turn back. He didn't look at them and see his own eyes reflecting back at him. He saw only the finish line of his own freedom. At the oil site, under the pale light of the rising sun, he finished his work. He buried his wife in a shallow grave in the shadows of the tanks, and then he turned his attention to his daughters. He placed them into the crude oil tanks, thinking that the chemicals and the dark liquid would dissolve not just their bodies, but the very memory of their existence. He then went to work. He sent normal texts. He ate his lunch. He functioned as a man who had simply completed a difficult task and was ready for the next shift. When the world began to ask questions later that morning, Chris transitioned back into his role as the concerned husband. He stood on the porch in his work clothes, looking into the cameras with a steady gaze. He talked about how the house felt empty, how he just wanted them to come home, and how he couldn't understand where they could have gone. But the performance was hollow. There was no grief in his eyes, only a flickering, panicked calculation. He was a man watching a gauge needle climb into the red, realizing he could no longer control the pressure. The investigation was swift and relentless. The digital footprints of his affair were found. The GPS in his truck told the story of his morning journey. The facade of the perfect father disintegrated, revealing a man who had traded the souls of his family for the chance to start over without a history. In the interrogation room, when the truth finally broke through, it came in pieces. He tried to blame Shannon, claiming she had harmed the girls and he had killed her in a retaliatory grief. It was his final attempt to save the image he had spent years building. But the physical evidence told a different story. A story of a man who had walked his children to their deaths without a single moment of hesitation. Chris Watts eventually pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences plus 48 years. He was sent away to a prison in another state, a place where he would be a number instead of a name, a man who would spend the rest of his days staring at the 4 walls of a cell, far from the open horizons he had killed to reach. This story stays with you because it challenges the idea that we can ever truly know the person sleeping next to us. It forces us to realize that evil doesn't always arrive with a warning or a long history of violence. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a quiet man who decides that the life he built is no longer worth the effort of maintaining. The image that lingers is the sight of the oil tanks standing like silent sentinels in the Colorado desert, holding a secret that was never meant to be found. It is the realization that a house can be filled with photos of love and still be the coldest place on earth. It reminds us that the greatest danger is not the stranger in the alley, but the person who knows your favorite song, who tucks you in at night, and who is quietly waiting for the moment they can walk away from the person you thought they were. The truth is that some people don't want to be saved. They just want to be forgotten, and they don't care who they have to destroy to make that happen. I'm going to tell you a story about the deceptive nature of kindness, about how a warm smile and a home-cooked meal can be used as a mask for something cold and calculated. This is a story about a woman who was seen as a pillar of her community, a devoted partner, and a nurturing soul, while she was quietly orchestrating the end of the lives around her. It is a true story about a predator who didn't use a weapon, but instead used the very things that suggest comfort and care. Blanche Taylor Moore lived in Alamance County, North Carolina. To those who knew her, she was the embodiment of Southern grace. She was attractive, she was religious, and she was known for her culinary skills, specifically her talent for bringing food to those who were grieving or ill. She worked for many years at a Kroger grocery store, rising to become a head cashier. She was respected. She was liked. She was the last person anyone would suspect of harboring a dark, repetitive secret. But beneath the surface of her orderly life, there was a pattern of tragedy that followed her like a shadow. The pattern began to emerge most clearly in the late 1980s when Blanche began dating a popular local pastor named Dwight Moore. Their relationship seemed like a perfect match, two respected members of the community finding love later in life. They were married in the spring of 1989. It should have been the beginning of a peaceful chapter. But shortly after their honeymoon, Dwight began to fall deathly ill. The symptoms were agonizing and inexplicable. It started with severe stomach pain, nausea, and a terrifying weakness in his limbs. Dwight, a once vibrant man, was reduced to a shell of himself within weeks. He was hospitalized, his body failing, while doctors struggled to find a cause. Throughout all, Blanche was the picture of the devoted wife. She rarely left his side. She brought him homemade soups and milkshakes to the hospital, encouraging him to eat, desperate for him to regain his strength. Despite her care, or perhaps because of it, Dwight's condition only worsened. Doctors were baffled. They tested for rare viruses and neurological disorders. Dwight's nerve damage became so severe that he began to lose feeling in his hands and feet. He was slipping away, and no one could explain why a healthy man had suddenly become a medical mystery. But as Dwight hovered on the brink of death, a doctor decided to run a toxicology screen. The results were a thunderbolt. Dwight Moore's body was filled with lethal levels of arsenic. It wasn't just a single exposure. The levels indicated he had been poisoned systematically over a period of time. The authorities were notified immediately, and as they began to look at the devoted wife at his bedside, they decided to look back at Blanche's history. What they found was a trail of graves. Investigators looked into the death of Blanche's first husband, James Taylor, who had died years earlier of what was thought to be a heart attack. They looked into the death of her father, P.D. Kaiser, who had died after a sudden illness. They even looked into the death of a former boyfriend, Raymond Reed, who had passed away in 1986 from what doctors thought was Guillain-Barré syndrome. The state ordered the exhumation of these men. One by one, their bodies were brought back to the surface. The findings were chilling. James Taylor, arsenic. P.D. Kaiser, arsenic. Raymond Reed, arsenic. The realization was staggering. For decades, Blanche had been moving through life, removing the men who no longer served her purposes, all while playing the role of the grieving daughter, the mourning widow, and the concerned girlfriend. She didn't kill in a fit of rage. She killed with patience. She killed with pudding, with iced tea, and with the very hospital snacks she brought to the bedsides of her dying loved ones. She used the trust of the domestic sphere to deliver death. When the evidence was presented, the image of the sweet Southern lady crumbled. Prosecutors described a woman who was a black widow in the truest sense, someone who lured people in with the promise of care and then slowly extinguished them. They showed how she had access to arsenic-based pesticides and how she had systematically administered them to the men in her life. In 1990, Blanche Taylor Moore was put on trial. The courtroom was filled with people who had known her for years, people who still found it hard to believe that the woman who sang in the choir was the same woman who had watched her father and husbands wither away in agony. The defense tried to argue that the men had been exposed to environmental toxins or that the forensic evidence was flawed. They tried to maintain the image of Blanche as a victim of circumstance, but the jury could not ignore the science. They could not ignore the sheer number of bodies that all told the same story. Blanche was convicted of the murder of Raymond Reed and was suspected in the others. She was sentenced to death. She became one of the few women on death row in North Carolina, a place she remained for decades, still maintaining her innocence, still speaking with the same soft, polite voice that had once comforted the men she killed. This case is a haunting reminder that the most dangerous people are often the ones who know exactly how to play a part. Blanche didn't look like a killer. She looked like a neighbor. She looked like a wife. She looked like a friend. She understood that if you provide enough comfort, people will never stop to question the source of their pain. She turned the act of nurturing into an act of execution, proving that sometimes the person holding your hand is the same one ensuring you never wake up. That is the true horror of the story. Not the poison itself, but the hand that feeds it to you while whispering that everything is going to be all right. I'm going to tell you a story about how the greatest secrets are often kept in the most open spaces, about how a person can build a reputation for kindness while harboring a heart of ice, and how a community can look at a monster every single day and see only a friend. This is a true story about a man who was a father, a neighbor, and a public servant who spent his nights hunting in the shadows of the very streets he was sworn to protect. It is a story about the double life of a man who believed he was smarter than the world and the decades of silence that followed in his wake. Joseph D'Angelo lived in a quiet, sun-bleached suburb of Citrus Heights, California. To those on his block, he was a typical retiree, a man who spent his time meticulously maintaining his lawn, working on his bike in the garage, and occasionally losing his temper at a neighbor over a minor property dispute. He was a veteran of the Navy and a former police officer. He was a man of discipline, a man of rules, and a man who seemed to value his privacy above all else. But for 40 years, Joseph D'Angelo carried a weight that would have crushed a lesser man. He carried the memories of a ghost. In the 1970s and 80s, a shadow had fallen over California. It moved from the Central Valley down to the coast, leaving a trail of broken homes and shattered lives. The person responsible was known by many names: the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and eventually the original Night Stalker. He was a phantom who entered homes through unlocked windows, who stood in the corners of bedrooms while families slept, and who used a terrifying, high-pitched whisper to exert total control over his victims. He was a master of preparation. He would watch a house for days, learning the schedules of the residents, the creaks of the floorboards, and the best routes for escape. He would leave sliding doors unlocked or hide a weapon in the bushes weeks before he intended to strike. He didn't just commit crimes. He orchestrated them with the precision of a military operation. And then, as suddenly as the violence had begun, it stopped. The phantom vanished. For decades, the case went cold. The files grew yellow in basement archives. Detectives retired, victims moved away, and the fear that had once paralyzed the state became a distant, dark memory. The man responsible had settled into a life of mundane routine, disappearing into the anonymity of the suburbs. He became the grumpy old man at the end of the street, the one who yelled about the grass being too long, while his trophies were tucked away in a suburban attic. But while the world had moved on, the truth was slowly being woven together by a new kind of detective. In 2018, investigators used a revolutionary technique involving public DNA databases. They took the genetic code left at crime scenes decades earlier and began building a family tree, searching for a branch that led to a man who lived in the right place at the right time. The tree grew, branch by branch, until it narrowed down to a single name: Joseph D'Angelo. The police began a covert surveillance operation. They watched the 72-year-old man as he went about his daily chores. They waited for him to discard something, a piece of trash, a used tissue, anything that would give them the DNA they needed to confirm their suspicions. When a match finally came back, it was a 1 in a septillion certainty. The phantom had been found. When the authorities arrived at his home in April 2018, the shock of the neighborhood was absolute. People struggled to reconcile the image of the frail man in handcuffs with the legend of the monster who had haunted their parents' nightmares. During the legal proceedings, the scale of his cruelty was finally laid bare. He hadn't just taken lives. He had taken the sense of safety from an entire generation. He had transformed the home, the one place where a person should feel most secure, into a place of vulnerability and fear. In 2020, Joseph D'Angelo stood in a makeshift courtroom in University Ballroom, surrounded by the survivors of his decades-long reign of terror. He sat in a wheelchair, looking small and defeated, as woman after woman stood up and told him exactly what he had stolen from them. He was sentenced to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the rest of his days in a cage, far from the quiet streets he had once stalked. This story is a haunting reminder that the past is never truly dead. It is a reminder that the person living next door, the person who seems so ordinary and so set in their ways, might be hiding a history that would turn your blood to ice. The image that stays with you long after the details fade is that of a man standing in his perfectly manicured yard, a hose in his hand and a scowl on his face, while inside his mind, he is still walking through the darkened hallways of strangers' homes. It is the realization that justice has a long memory, and that no matter how much time passes, the truth has a way of finding its way home. It reminds us that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones under the bed, but the ones who live right next door, smiling across the fence while the sun is still high in the sky. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who carefully invented a future he was never living, and about how the fear of being exposed led to a crime so cold and deliberate that it shocked everyone who thought they knew him. This is a true crime story about lies built slowly over years, and how one moment of truth threatened to bring everything down. Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, with his wife Lori Hacking. They were young, recently married, and appear to be planning an ambitious life together. Lori worked hard and dreamed of a future filled with stability, education, and success. Mark presented himself as intelligent, driven, and focused on big goals. He claimed he had been accepted into medical school and later law school. To family and friends, he seemed to be on a clear path forward. But none of it was real. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had never attended law school. He spent his days pretending to go to class, while actually wandering around campus libraries and coffee shops, trying to maintain the illusion. Lori trusted the man she married and believed the future he described. She planned their finances around it and proudly told others about his accomplishments. As time passed, the lies became harder to maintain. Mark forged documents, emails, and schedules. He avoided questions and grew increasingly anxious. Lori began asking for proof, transcripts, schedules, and details. She wanted to attend an orientation and meet classmates. What had once been small lies had grown into something impossible to hide. Mark felt cornered. On the night of July 18th, 2004, Lori told Mark that she wanted to see proof of his enrollment. She said she needed honesty. That conversation marked the end of his constructed world. Instead of admitting the truth, Mark chose a darker path. Early the next morning, Lori went jogging near their apartment complex. She never returned. Mark reported her missing later that day, saying she had gone for a run and disappeared. Search teams were assembled. Family, friends, and volunteers combed the area. Police treated it as a missing persons case, and initially Mark appeared cooperative, calm, and concerned. But cracks showed quickly. Investigators noticed Mark's behavior was oddly detached. He seemed more focused on logistics than emotion. Witnesses came forward reporting arguments between the couple days before Lori vanished. Police learned about the fake academic history and realized Mark's entire identity was built on deception. Then physical evidence emerged. Blood was found in the couple's apartment. Mark attempted to explain it away, but the explanation did not hold. When confronted with the evidence and the collapse of his lies, Mark confessed. He admitted that he had killed Lori inside their apartment by shooting her while she slept. He then dismembered her body and placed the remains in a backpack. He drove north and dumped the backpack into a dumpster near a highway construction site. His actions were methodical, planned, and disturbingly calm. Days later, Lori's remains were recovered. The discovery devastated her family and confirmed what many had begun to fear. The woman who had trusted her husband completely had been killed, not in rage, but to preserve a lie. Mark did not act to gain money or freedom. He acted to avoid embarrassment and exposure. Mark Hacking was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. In court, prosecutors laid out the full scope of the deception. They showed how Mark had lied to everyone closest to him for years. They explained how Laurie's demand for honesty threatened to unravel his fabricated life. The motive was simple and horrifying. He chose murder rather than confession. In April 2005, Mark Hacking pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 6 years to life in prison. The judge described the crime as one driven by selfishness, cowardice, and a refusal to face consequences. Laurie Hacking was remembered as compassionate, ambitious, and deeply loyal. She believed in her husband and supported his dreams without knowing they were false. Her family spoke of her kindness, her discipline, and her hope for the future. Those plans ended because someone chose appearance over truth. This case remains chilling because it shows how danger can hide inside ordinary routines. There were no warning signs of violence, no history of abuse, just lies layered so deeply that reality itself became a threat. It is a reminder that deception, when left unchecked, can grow into something lethal. That some crimes are not driven by anger, but by fear of being seen. And that the truth, no matter how uncomfortable, is always safer than the lie meant to replace it. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who carefully managed how others saw him, and about how years of quiet manipulation ended in a crime so calculated that it stunned even experienced investigators. This is a true crime story about entitlement control and how the belief that rules do not apply can turn deadly. Robert Durst was born into wealth in New York City, the heir to a powerful real estate empire. From a young age, he was distant, withdrawn, and emotionally detached. As an adult, he lived mostly off his family fortune, drifting between properties and relationships without ever holding a traditional job. People described him as odd, but harmless, a quiet eccentric who preferred isolation. In 1982, his wife, Kathleen Durst, disappeared. Kathleen was a medical student, intelligent, ambitious, and increasingly frustrated by her marriage. She had confided to friends that she feared Robert and wanted a divorce. On the night she vanished, Robert claimed he dropped her at a train station so she could attend classes. She was never seen again. For years, the case went nowhere. There was no body and little physical evidence. Robert's wealth and influence allowed him to stay out of serious legal trouble. Kathleen's disappearance slowly faded from public attention, but investigators never forgot the unanswered questions surrounding her last night alive. Decades later, another death reopened everything. In 2000, Robert Durst's close friend Susan Berman was found shot execution style in her Beverly Hills home. Susan had been a confidant during Kathleen's disappearance and had reportedly helped Robert cover up details. Her death occurred just as police were reopening the cold case of Kathleen Durst. This time, suspicion focused directly on Robert. Instead of staying hidden, Robert did something unexpected. He went on the run and adopted a disguise, living as a mute woman under a false name in Galveston, Texas. He lived quietly in a small apartment, paid cash, and avoided attention. But even there, his sense of invincibility would fail him. In 2001, his neighbor Morris Black disappeared. Soon after, Robert was arrested after police found Black's dismembered body parts floating in the bay. Robert admitted to killing Black, but claimed self-defense, saying the shooting was accidental and that panic led him to dismember the body. Astonishingly, a jury acquitted him of murder, though he served time for evidence tampering. Despite the acquittal, investigators continued building their case. In 2015, a documentary series brought renewed public focus to Robert Durst. During filming, he agreed to interviews, believing he could control the narrative. But during one off-camera moment, his microphone remained on, and he muttered words that would become infamous, acknowledging guilt in chillingly casual language. Soon after, Robert was arrested for the murder of Susan Berman. At trial, prosecutors laid out decades of evidence showing a pattern of control, intimidation, and silence. They argued that Susan was killed to prevent her from speaking to police about Kathleen's disappearance. Testimony revealed Robert's cold demeanor, his lack of remorse, and his belief that consequences did not apply to him. In 2021, Robert Durst was found guilty of first-degree murder. He He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Though Kathleen Durst's body was never found, the conviction of Susan Behrman's murder finally brought accountability. Robert Durst died in prison in 2022. This case is unsettling because it unfolded over decades and across multiple lives. It shows how power, money, and patience can delay justice but not eliminate it. Robert Durst believed he could outlast time itself. He was wrong. It is a reminder that some crimes are not driven by impulse, but by entitlement. That silence can be bought for years, but never forever. And that even the quietest confessions eventually find a way to be heard. I'm going to tell you a story about how ambition can quietly turn into desperation, and how the fear of being exposed can push an ordinary person toward an irreversible choice. This is a true crime story about lies that grew too large to control, and a murder that was committed not in rage, but in panic. Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, and to most people he appeared focused and intelligent. He was married to Lori Hacking, a kind and patient woman who believed deeply in her husband and his future. Mark told friends and family that he was on a clear path toward success. He claimed he had graduated from college. He said he had been accepted into medical school. He spoke confidently about his plans to become a doctor and build a stable life with Lori by his side. None of it was true. Mark had dropped out of college years earlier. He had never finished his degree. There was no medical school acceptance. There were no transcripts that supported his stories. Over time, the lies multiplied because it became easier to add another layer than to admit the truth. Lori trusted him completely and defended him when questions arose. She believed his explanations and never imagined that the man she loved was living a double life built entirely on false claims. As the years passed, the pressure intensified. Mark knew that sooner or later his lies would be exposed. Lori had begun asking specific questions about his education. Family members wanted details. Proof was expected. Mark felt cornered by the future he had invented and terrified of what would happen when it collapsed. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori went jogging near their apartment complex. She never returned. When she did not come home, Mark reported her missing. He told police she had gone out for a run and vanished. At first, his concern appeared genuine. He cooperated with investigators and joined search efforts. Flyers were distributed and volunteers searched nearby trails and fields. The community rallied around him, believing Lori was a victim of a random crime. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Mark's timeline did not match witness accounts. His emotional responses felt restrained and distant. Surveillance footage showed him making unusual trips around the city shortly after Lori disappeared. When police searched their apartment, they found a rifle hidden in a closet along with evidence that suggested a struggle had occurred inside the home. Under questioning, Mark's story began to unravel. He eventually confessed. Mark admitted that Lori had discovered the truth about his lies. She confronted him about his education and demanded honesty. In that moment, Mark believed his entire future was about to collapse. He panicked. Instead of facing the consequences, he made a decision that ended a life. He shot Lori inside their apartment. Afterward, he wrapped her body and drove it north of the city. In a remote area, he buried her remains in a shallow grave and attempted to erase any trace of what he had done. Then he returned home and pretended she had gone jogging as usual. Search teams later found Lori's body exactly where Mark said it would be. The case shocked the community because of how quiet it was. There was no history of abuse, no record of violence, just a man who could not admit failure and chose deception until it became deadly. Friends struggled to reconcile the polite, intelligent Mark they knew with the reality of his actions. At trial, there was no doubt about what had happened. Mark Hacking pleaded guilty to aggravated murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. There was no dramatic justification offered, only the acknowledgement that fear and dishonesty had guided his choices. Lori Hacking was remembered as compassionate, loyal, and hopeful. She believed in people and trusted deeply. Her life ended not because she did anything wrong, but because she expected honesty from the person closest to her. This story stays with people because it shows how ordinary the beginning was. There was no sudden explosion of anger, no visible warning signs, just small lies quietly accumulating until one man believed murder was easier than telling the truth. The truth always surfaces, and when it does, the cost is far greater than anything honesty would have demanded in the first place. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, dependable, and devoted, and about how that image slowly collapsed as the truth surfaced piece by piece. This is a true crime story about deception in plain sight, and how a pregnancy meant to bring a family closer instead revealed a carefully hidden betrayal. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They had been married for several years and were expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To neighbors, Scott was polite, soft-spoken, and helpful. Lacey was described as warm, social, and excited about becoming a mother. In public, there were smiles, routines, and holiday plans. Privately, something was already broken. Scott was having an affair. He had told another woman, Amber Fry, that he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He said this weeks before Lacey disappeared. While Lacey was preparing the nursery and imagining life with a newborn, Scott was already rehearsing a version of himself without her in it. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He said Lacey had been home walking the dog when he left. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and phone were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash on. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. The disappearance drew immediate attention. Volunteers searched neighborhoods, fields, and waterways. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Scott spoke to reporters asking for Lacey's return, but his words felt distant, rehearsed, and oddly detached. As days passed, investigators focused closely on his movements that morning. The fishing trip raised questions. Scott claimed he decided to go fishing on Christmas Eve at the last minute. He had purchased a fishing license only days earlier. Witnesses at the marina remembered seeing him alone. No one recalled seeing him fish for long. Tides, currents, and timing began to matter as investigators mapped out what could have happened in the bay. When police uncovered Scott's affair, the narrative shifted. Amber Fry came forward publicly after realizing the missing pregnant woman was Scott's wife. Not an ex-recorded phone calls revealed Scott lying calmly while standing among vigils held for Lacey. He spoke of freedom and new beginnings while his wife was still missing. In April 2003, remains were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay. The bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son Connor had surfaced miles from where Scott said he was fishing. Medical examiners confirmed their identities. The discovery ended hope and marked the beginning of accountability. Scott Peterson was arrested days later. Prosecutors argued that Scott had planned the murder, carefully choosing the bay because currents would disperse evidence. They presented evidence of homemade anchors, weight calculations, and internet searches. They showed how Scott sold Lacey's car and discussed selling their home before she was found. They highlighted his emotional detachment and the lies told effortlessly. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murders. They suggested burglars in the neighborhood may have been responsible. They questioned witness timelines and forensic limits. But the jury focused on patterns rather than a single moment. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison without parole. The verdict reflected not just physical evidence, but the story his actions told over time. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of lost trust and interrupted life. Friends remembered her kindness, energy, and anticipation for motherhood. Connor was remembered as a child who never had a chance to be held. Their story resonated because it exposed how betrayal can exist quietly inside ordinary routines. This case remains chilling because nothing about Scott Peterson appeared outwardly dangerous. There were no public arguments, no history of violence, no visible breakdown. Just a man who chose erasure over honesty and believed control could replace conscience. It is a reminder that some crimes are not born from rage, but from avoidance. That the desire to escape responsibility can become deadly, and that the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising to the surface. I'm going to tell you a story about how a quiet marriage collapsed into fear, how control disguised itself as devotion, and how a crime committed inside a home took years to fully reveal the truth. This is a true story about patience, manipulation, and a man who believed he could rewrite reality simply by repeating his version of events long enough. Lacey Peterson was 27 years old and 8 months pregnant when she disappeared from her home in Modesto, California. She was known for her warmth, her careful nature, and the way she planned ahead for everything, especially the child she was about to bring into the world. Friends described her as organized and thoughtful, someone who took comfort in routines and details. Her pregnancy had become the center of her life, and she spoke often about the future she imagined with her baby. Her husband, Scott Peterson, appeared supportive on the surface. He was polite, composed, and attentive when others were around. To neighbors, he seemed like a man adjusting to the responsibilities of adulthood. But beneath that appearance, there were fractures that few people could see clearly at the time. Scott was living a parallel life, one built on deception, secrecy, and avoidance rather than commitment. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey vanished. Scott told police that he had left the house to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina, while Lacey stayed home to walk the dog and prepare for the holiday. When he returned later that day, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and personal belongings were still inside the house. The dog was wandering outside alone, leash still attached. Nothing appeared stolen. Nothing looked disturbed. From the beginning, the situation felt wrong. Lacey was not someone who would leave without telling anyone. She was heavily pregnant, careful about her movements, and deeply attached to her routine. Family members immediately sensed that this was not a voluntary disappearance. As hours turned into days, concern escalated into fear. A massive search effort began. Volunteers combed neighborhoods. Flyers appeared on street corners. Media attention intensified as the story spread. The image of a pregnant woman missing just days before Christmas captured national attention. Candlelight vigils were held. Cameras followed every development. Scott remained present but distant. During interviews, he appeared calm, almost detached. He spoke about Lacey in the past tense. His emotional responses felt inconsistent with the situation. While family members pleaded for help finding her, Scott seemed focused on logistics rather than urgency. These subtle details did not go unnoticed. As investigators looked deeper, they uncovered something critical. Scott Peterson had been having an affair with a woman named Amber Fry. When Amber learned that Scott's wife was missing, she contacted police. What she revealed altered the entire trajectory of the investigation. Scott had told Amber that he was a widower. He had described his wife as already gone, weeks before Lacey disappeared. Recorded phone calls between Scott and Amber became central evidence. While standing at a vigil for his missing wife, Scott spoke to Amber as if nothing were wrong, describing travel plans and pretending to be somewhere else. The contrast between public grief and private deception was stark. Investigators began reconstructing Scott's movements on the day Lacey vanished. They examined receipts, phone records, and surveillance footage. They traced his trip to the marina. They learned that he had purchased a fishing license just days earlier, despite it being winter and despite his limited history of fishing. They found concrete anchors he had made in advance, far more than the single one he claimed was intended for use. Months later, the water gave up its truth. In April 2003, the bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay, not far from where Scott said he had been fishing. The location was impossible to ignore. The timing aligned with tidal patterns. The evidence pointed back to the same place Scott had volunteered early in the investigation. The medical findings were devastating. Lacey had been killed before her body entered the water. Her unborn son, later named Connor, had been expelled post-mortem due to decomposition. The condition of the remains confirmed that this was not an accident or natural death. This was homicide. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly thereafter. At trial, prosecutors did not rely on a single piece of evidence. Instead, they built a cumulative case. They presented Scott's lies, his affair, his behavior, his purchases, his movements, and the physical evidence recovered from the bay. Each detail on its own might have seemed explainable. Together, they formed a clear narrative. The defense attempted to argue that Lacey had been abducted by strangers. They suggested alternative suspects. They pointed to the lack of a direct eyewitness. But the story they offered required too many coincidences and ignored the weight of Scott's own actions. The jury listened carefully. They heard recordings of Scott lying calmly while his wife was missing. They saw timelines that showed opportunity and preparation. They learned about his shifting explanations and his lack of genuine concern for Lacey's safety. Over time, the pattern became impossible to dismiss. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn son. He was sentenced to death, a sentence later converted to life without parole. For Lacey's family, the verdict confirmed what they had felt from the beginning. The danger had not come from outside the home. It had come from within it, from the person meant to protect her. This case remains haunting not because of mystery, but because of familiarity. A marriage, a pregnancy, a holiday morning, ordinary details that ended in irreversible loss. It is a reminder that betrayal does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it arrives quietly, wrapped in routine, hidden behind calm words and practiced expressions. Lacey Peterson trusted the life she was building. She trusted the man beside her, and that trust cost her everything. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can speak softly, appear cooperative, and still be hiding a decision so final that it erases an entire family. This is a true story about control, image, and a quiet moment when a man chose the version of his life that mattered most to him. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a suburban neighborhood where houses looked similar and routines blended together. He was known as reserved, polite, and reliable. Co-workers described him as calm and agreeable. Neighbors saw him as a family man who kept to himself. Nothing about his behavior suggested volatility or rage. If anything, he seemed predictable in the safest possible way. He was married to Shannon Watts, a woman with a strong personality and a visible online presence. Shannon documented much of her life on social media, sharing moments with her two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The family appeared close, energetic, and aspirational to those watching from the outside. Vacations, birthday parties, school routines, and family dinners were all carefully captured and shared. Behind that image, the marriage was deteriorating. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker. The relationship offered him something he felt he lacked at home: simplicity, admiration, a future without responsibility. As his emotional investment in that new life grew, his connection to his family weakened. He did not confront the situation directly. Instead, he avoided conflict and delayed decisions, allowing resentment and detachment to build quietly. In August 2018, Shannon traveled out of state for work. During that time, Chris lived alone with the girls. He acted normal. He sent messages. He maintained appearances. But internally, he was planning an ending rather than a solution. Shannon returned home late on the night of August 12th. By the next morning, she and the children were gone. Chris told police that he had last seen Shannon asleep in bed. He said she had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He appeared calm during interviews. He stood on his driveway, speaking to reporters, asking for his family's safe return. His tone was steady, his words carefully chosen, but nothing about the situation aligned with his explanation. Shannon's car was still in the garage. Her purse was inside the house. Her phone was found between the couch cushions. The girls' blankets and favorite items were untouched. Shannon had not mentioned plans to leave. Her routine was structured and predictable, especially concerning her children. Investigators noticed Chris's behavior immediately. He did not ask questions. He did not speculate about where his family could be. His concerns seemed rehearsed rather than urgent. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. The footage contradicted his claim that his family had left on their own. Police searched the home and found no signs of struggle. That absence itself was unsettling. As pressure increased, Chris's composure began to crack. During a monitored interview, investigators confronted him with inconsistencies. They noted his lack of emotional response. They observed how his story shifted slightly each time he repeated it. Eventually, after hours of questioning, he admitted to killing Sean Ann. But even then, he did not tell the full truth. He initially claimed Sean Ann had killed the children and that he had reacted in a moment of rage. It was an attempt to minimize his responsibility and preserve some fragment of sympathy. But investigators did not accept it. The evidence did not support his version. When confronted again, Chris confessed fully. He had strangled Sean Ann in their bedroom. He then smothered Bella and Celeste. He loaded their bodies into his truck and drove to an oil site owned by his employer. There, he disposed of Shanann's body in a shallow grave and placed the children into separate oil tanks. The method was calculated. The location chosen for isolation. The timeline precise. Search teams later recovered the bodies exactly where Chris said they would be. The public reaction was immediate and overwhelming. The contrast between the quiet man on television asking for his family back and the reality of what he had done was jarring. The case forced people to confront how easily normalcy can mask destruction. At trial, there was no ambiguity. Chris was pleaded guilty to all charges, including first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. There was no dramatic courtroom spectacle, no prolonged defense, just a final acknowledgement of what had been done. Shannon Watts was remembered as devoted, driven, and fiercely protective of her children. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, their routines, and the ordinary joys of childhood that should have continued. This story lingers because of its quietness. There was no history of visible violence, no public breakdown, no obvious warning signs that would have predicted such an outcome. Just avoidance, resentment, and a decision made in silence. Chris Watts did not act out of sudden rage. He acted out of convenience. He chose a future without obstacles, believing he could remove the past without consequence. He was wrong. The evidence spoke. The truth surfaced, and the image he worked so carefully to maintain collapsed under the weight of what he had done. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can live inside a family for years, share meals, exchange smiles, and still be quietly preparing an ending that only benefits them. This is a true story about greed disguised as care, about patience stretched across decades, and about how one woman's death slowly exposed a truth that had been hiding in plain sight. Stacy Castor lived in upstate New York and appeared to have endured more tragedy than most people experience in a lifetime. She was a mother, a wife, and someone who often spoke about how unlucky her life had been. Friends described her as emotional, dramatic, and deeply affected by loss. Over time, loss became the defining feature of her story, and sympathy followed her wherever she went. Her first husband, Michael Wallace, died suddenly in 2000. He had been healthy, active, and showed no signs of serious illness. One day, he complained of stomach pain. Soon after, he collapsed and died. Doctors initially believed the cause was a heart attack. Stacy was devastated, or at least she appeared to be. She spoke about grief, about shock, about how quickly everything had changed. No one questioned her version of events. A few years later, Stacy remarried. Her second husband, David Castor, was a quiet, dependable man who worked as a state investigator. He trusted Stacy. He believed in stability and routine. Their life together was not dramatic, but it was consistent. To outsiders, it looked like Stacy had finally found peace after tragedy. Then David began feeling sick. The symptoms were unsettlingly familiar. Severe stomach pain, weakness, confusion. He was admitted to the hospital, where doctors discovered antifreeze in his system. Ethylene glycol poisoning is rare and unmistakable. Someone had ingested a lethal substance meant for engines, not people. Before doctors could save him, David Castor died. Investigators were immediately alarmed. Antifreeze poisoning does not happen accidentally. The question became who would want David dead. Suspicion naturally fell on Stacy, but before police could fully question her, something unexpected happened. Stacy claimed she had attempted suicide. She was found unconscious in her home with a typed note nearby. The note appeared to be a confession written by her teenage daughter, Ashley Wallace. It stated that Ashley had poisoned David and Michael, and that guilt had driven her to kill herself. Stacy insisted she had found the note, and then tried to end her own life out of despair. But nothing about the scene felt right. Ashley was taken into custody, confused, terrified, and insisting she had no idea what the note was talking about. Handwriting experts examined the document. Linguistic analysts reviewed the language. It was written in adult phrasing, structured carefully, and bore none of the emotional chaos expected from a teenage confession. Investigators began pulling threads. They looked back at Michael Wallace's death years earlier. His body was exhumed. Toxicology tests revealed ethylene glycol in his system as well. The same poison, the same pattern, the same sudden illness. What had once been written off as a heart attack was now unmistakably murder. The focus returned fully to Stacy Castor. Financial records revealed that she had taken out life insurance policies on both husbands shortly before their deaths. In both cases, she was the primary beneficiary. After each death, she received substantial payouts. The timing was precise. The pattern was undeniable. Investigators reconstructed Stacy's movements and behavior. They discovered she had searched online for antifreeze poisoning. She had purchased the substance. She had access to her husband's drinks and medications. She had opportunity, motive, and a chilling level of patience. Most disturbing of all was her attempt to frame her own daughter. Ashley testified about her relationship with her mother. She described emotional manipulation, control, and fear. She explained how Stacy had tried to convince her she was responsible, how she had been pressured into doubting her own memory. The psychological cruelty added a new dimension to the case. At trial, prosecutors laid out the story slowly and methodically. 2 husbands, 2 deaths, 1 beneficiary, 1 poison, 1 fabricated confession. They explained how Stacy had used time as her ally, spacing the crimes far enough apart to avoid suspicion, relying on sympathy to shield herself. The defense attempted to argue coincidence. They suggested illness, depression, misunderstanding. But coincidence cannot explain identical poisons appearing years apart in 2 men married to the same woman. It cannot explain insurance policies. It cannot explain a staged suicide note written in someone else's name. The jury did not hesitate. In 2009, Stacy Castor was convicted of second-degree murder for the death of David Castor and attempted murder for trying to kill her daughter by poisoning and framing her. She was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Stacy died in prison in 2016, serving only a portion of her sentence. For Ashley Wallace, survival meant rebuilding a life after learning that the person meant to protect her had tried to destroy her. For investigators, the case became a reminder that not all killers act quickly or violently. Some wait, some plan, some smile while they poison slowly. This story is chilling because of how ordinary it looked from the outside. A woman who lost 2 husbands, a family marked by misfortune, a grieving mother. It took years for anyone to question whether the tragedy was random or manufactured. Stacy Castor did not kill in anger or panic. She killed with patience, calculation, and a willingness to sacrifice anyone, even her own child, to protect herself. That is what lingers. The understanding that danger does not always arrive suddenly. Sometimes it arrives quietly, disguised as grief, and stays just long enough to destroy everything around it. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can rehearse innocence so convincingly that even after children are shot, the lie still almost survives. This is a true story about narcissism, desperation, and a woman who believed that if she repeated her story often enough, reality would eventually bend to it. Diane Downs lived in Oregon in the early 1980s. She was intelligent, articulate, and outwardly charismatic in a way that drew people toward her quickly. She was also restless, deeply dissatisfied with the limits of ordinary life, and obsessed with being admired. Motherhood, to Diane, was not a bond rooted in sacrifice or protection. It was a role she expected to perform only when it benefited her image. She had 3 children, Christy, Cheryl, and Danny. To outsiders, she appeared to be a devoted single mother doing her best. She spoke openly about her struggles, her loneliness, and her desire for something more meaningful. What she did not speak about was how deeply she resented the responsibility her children represented when they no longer fit the future she imagined for herself. In 1983, Diane became involved with a married man who made one thing clear. He did not want children. He did not want to raise someone else's family. He wanted a life without attachments. For Diane, this was not a boundary. It was an obstacle. On the night of May 19th, 1983, Diane drove her children out of town. She later told police they had gone for a drive to calm down after a long day. The roads were quiet. The area was rural. There were long stretches where no one would hear anything. What happened next would later be described by survivors, not by Diane. Inside the car, Diane took out a handgun. She shot her children at close range. Christy was shot multiple times. Danny was shot once. Cheryl, just 7 years old, was shot and killed. Diane then shot herself in the arm, carefully choosing a wound that would appear serious but not fatal. She waited before calling for help. When police arrived, Diane told a story that seemed designed for sympathy. She claimed a stranger had approached her car, demanded the keys, and shot everyone when she resisted. She described the attacker in vague terms. Her voice was calm. Her details shifted slightly each time she repeated the story. At the hospital, doctors were stunned that Christy survived. Despite multiple gunshot wounds and paralysis, she was conscious. Danny, though gravely injured, was also alive. Cheryl was not. Almost immediately, investigators noticed inconsistencies. There were no shell casings at the scene. Diane's wound did not align with her account of how she had been shot. The timeline she described did not match physical evidence. And perhaps most unsettling of all, her demeanor did not reflect someone whose children had just been attacked. She laughed. She flirted with hospital staff. She spoke about her own pain more than her children's injuries. She seemed irritated by questions rather than frightened by what had happened. Police began pressing harder. Witnesses contradicted her version of events. Forensic analysis showed that the shots had been fired from inside the car, not from outside. Gunshot residue patterns confirmed the weapon had been discharged at close range by someone seated near the children. Still, Diane insisted on her story. As Christy recovered, something remarkable happened. She began to speak. Despite her injuries, Christy remembered the night clearly. She told doctors, nurses, and eventually investigators that her mother had shot them. She described the gun. She described the sequence. She described her mother turning toward them. At first, people struggled to accept it. The idea that a mother could do this to her own children felt impossible to many. Diane seized on that disbelief, continuing to present herself as the victim of a random act of violence. But evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators learned about Diane's affair. They learned about the man who did not want children. They learned about her repeated statements to friends that her kids were holding her back. They learned that she had tried unsuccessfully to give them away before. Her story collapsed under its own weight. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case with devastating clarity. They presented forensic evidence. They presented witness testimony. They presented Christie's account, steady and unwavering. They showed how Diane had planned the shooting, how she had injured herself deliberately, and how she had constructed a narrative she believed would protect her. Diane took the stand in her own defense. She was confident. She smiled. She dismissed evidence as misunderstandings. She portrayed herself as misunderstood, persecuted, unlucky. But the jury watched closely, and what they saw was not grief. It was performance. In 1984, Diane Downs was convicted of murder and attempted murder. She was sentenced to life in prison plus 50 years. Even after conviction, Diane continued to deny responsibility. She gave interviews. She wrote letters. She maintained her innocence with the same confidence she had shown from the beginning. But the facts did not move, no matter how often she tried to reshape them. Years later, it was revealed that Diane had become pregnant while incarcerated, further reinforcing her pattern of manipulation and boundary crossing. The cycle of self-interest never stopped. Christy and Danny survived. They lived with physical and emotional scars that would never fully fade. They rebuilt their lives away from the woman who tried to destroy them. Cheryl, the youngest, was remembered not as a footnote in a crime, but as a child whose life ended because someone else wanted freedom more than responsibility. This story lingers because of how calmly it was carried out. There was no explosion of rage, no chaotic breakdown, just a quiet decision made on a dark road, followed by a story told again and again in hopes that repetition would turn it into truth. Diane Downs believed she could control the narrative. In the end, the evidence spoke louder than her voice ever could. I'm going to tell you a story about how a charming and seemingly ordinary neighbor could quietly manipulate those around him for years, how a life built on deceit can unravel slowly, and how a single decision to cross a moral line can leave permanent consequences. This is a true story about obsession, envy, and murder hidden behind smiles and polite greetings. Dennis Rader, known to the world later as the BTK Killer, lived in Wichita, Kansas, and appeared on the surface as a devoted husband, father, and active member of his community. He volunteered at church, led the Boy Scouts, and maintained an image of respectability that earned him trust from neighbors and colleagues alike. To most people, he was completely ordinary. He mowed his lawn, greeted neighbors, and maintained a life so unremarkable that no one could imagine the darkness simmering beneath the surface. His early life was quiet, shaped by the small-town rhythms of Wichita. He had a normal childhood, though subtle patterns of control and manipulation appeared even then. As a young man, he married Paula Dietz, and they had 2 children. On the outside, it was the picture of a conventional family. Dennis worked in administrative positions and engaged in hobbies that reinforced his image as a reliable, community-minded man. But inside, he carried fantasies that would eventually escalate into violence. Between 1974 and 1991, Dennis carried out a series of murders that he later described as meticulously planned and executed according to his own rules. He targeted families in Wichita, entering homes where he believed he could exert complete control. Each act followed a pattern: entry, surveillance, manipulation, and finally, the killing. He often sent letters to the police and newspapers, describing his actions in precise detail, signing them with the acronym BTK, bind, torture, kill. For years, his communications frustrated law enforcement, as he remained outwardly normal in the community, attending church services and family events while eluding capture. The first known victim, Joseph Otero's family, was killed in 1974. Over the next several years, Rader continued, selecting victims in homes that offered him both access and control. He studied routines, waiting until doors were unlocked or keys were visible. He ensured that no evidence linked him directly to the crime scene. The combination of his planning and the apparent randomness of his victims kept the community on edge but confused investigators. Dennis managed to maintain a double life for decades. During the day, he was a model citizen, respected by co-workers and neighbors. At night, he enacted his carefully constructed fantasies. The duality was complete. No one suspected that the polite, soft-spoken man giving sermons at church was also the individual responsible for multiple brutal murders. By the early 2000s, the BTK case had gone cold. The killings had stopped, and Rader had become increasingly cautious. He had avoided detection for decades, confident that his meticulous planning had insulated him from discovery. But a growing sense of pride and obsession with attention led him to communicate again with the media in 2004. He began sending letters and packages to newspapers and police, detailing his crimes and leaving subtle clues. This return to communication, which he had convinced himself would cement his notoriety, was the beginning of his undoing. Investigators scrutinized every new letter, metadata, paper, postmarks, and even tiny errors revealed connections back to Dennis Rader. A critical breakthrough came when a floppy disk sent to police contained metadata linking it directly to him. This digital footprint, overlooked in his meticulous planning, provided the leverage needed to arrest him. In 2005, Dennis Rader was taken into custody. He remained calm, almost clinical, when questioned. His demeanor did not show panic or fear. He explained aspects of his crimes with the same precision he had used in letters for years. Despite the decades that had passed, the evidence collected from old crime scenes, combined with his own admissions, was overwhelming. He confessed to 10 murders in Wichita, detailing his methods and motives with chilling clarity. At trial, Rader's planning and manipulation became evident. He had calculated every move, considered every contingency, and even staged aspects of the crime to avoid detection. Prosecutors laid out timelines, forensic evidence, and his own writings to demonstrate the premeditation and control behind each killing. The jury could not escape the reality that Dennis had led a double life for decades, committing murder while appearing outwardly ordinary. In 2005, Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. The conviction finally closed a chapter of terror that had haunted Wichita for over 30 years. His family, neighbors, and the broader community struggled to reconcile the outwardly respectable man they had known with a violent predator who had operated undetected for so long. What makes this case unforgettable is not just the crimes themselves, but the quiet, meticulous way he maintained his facade. His murders were planned, deliberate, and conducted while he held positions of trust in the community. The realization that such darkness could hide behind polite smiles and Sunday sermons lingers in the minds of anyone who studies it. It is a chilling reminder that evil can sometimes wear the face of normalcy, and that patience, control, and obsession can be as lethal as impulsive rage. I'm going to tell you a story about how a woman did everything right, trusted the systems meant to protect her, and still ended up alone on her bedroom floor, while the person responsible walked free for more than 2 decades. This is a story about patience used as a weapon, about obsession disguised as professionalism, and about how sometimes justice does not arrive because authorities move quickly, but because someone refuses to forget. Sherry Rasmussen was the kind of person people felt comfortable around almost immediately. She was disciplined, organized, and quietly confident. Friends describe her as warm but grounded, someone who knew what she wanted and worked steadily toward it. She was 29 years old, recently married, and settling into what looked like a stable, promising life in Los Angeles. There is nothing chaotic about her routines, nothing reckless about her choices. She believed that if you followed the rules, life generally stayed predictable. She worked as a nurse at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, a job that demanded long hours and emotional resilience. Her days were structured, her evenings calm. She had married John Rutan, a computer engineer, just 3 months earlier. Their marriage appeared solid, affectionate, and normal in the way that rarely draws attention. They had plans, small ones at first, then larger ones further down the road. But there was someone else quietly orbiting their lives. Years earlier, before John met Sherry, he had dated a woman named Stephanie Lazarus. Stephanie was a police officer with the Los Angeles Police Department. The relationship had ended, but not cleanly. While John moved on, Stephanie did not. She maintained contact. She asked questions. She inserted herself into conversations that no longer belonged to her. To outsiders, it looked like lingering attachment. To those who would later review the facts closely, it looked like fixation. On the morning of February 24th, 1986, John left for work as usual. Sherry stayed home, planning to prepare for a work shift later that day. When John returned that evening, the apartment was silent in a way that felt immediately wrong. Sherry's car was in the parking area. The door was unlocked. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed at first glance. He found her in the bedroom. Sherry was lying on the floor, face down, her hands bound behind her back. She had been brutally beaten and shot 3 times with a revolver. The violence was intimate and deliberate, This was not a burglary gone wrong. Nothing of value was missing. The scene suggested rage rather than theft, intention rather than panic. Police arrived quickly, and the investigation began. Almost immediately, something went wrong. Despite the severity of the crime, the case was mishandled from the start. Evidence collection was incomplete. Leads were dismissed prematurely. Attention focused heavily on John, as is often the case when a spouse is murdered, but inconsistencies in the investigation were brushed aside rather than corrected. The possibility that someone else, someone with a personal motive and professional knowledge, could be responsible was not pursued seriously. Stephanie Lazarus was questioned early on. She appeared composed, cooperative, and confident. As a police officer herself, she understood how interviews worked and how to present herself. She acknowledged knowing John. She admitted she had been upset when he married Sherry, but she denied any involvement in the crime. There were no immediate witnesses, no clear forensic links tying her to the scene, and her status as a fellow officer subtly shifted the tone of scrutiny. The case went cold. For years, Sherry Rasmussen's murder remained unsolved. Her family lived with unanswered questions, with the quiet frustration of knowing the truth was still out there, but unreachable. They pushed repeatedly for the case to be reopened, but were told there was nothing new to examine. Files gathered dust. Memories faded. The system moved on. But time changes evidence. In the early 2000s, advances in forensic technology allowed cold cases to be re-examined. Sherry's parents renewed their efforts, insisting investigators take another look. This time, the case was handed to detectives willing to challenge earlier assumptions. They started with the physical evidence that had been overlooked. At the crime scene, there had been a bite mark on Sherry's arm. At the time, it had been documented but not effectively analyzed. With modern DNA testing, saliva recovered from that bite mark was examined again. What it revealed would finally break the case open. The DNA did not belong to John Rutan. It belonged to Stephanie Lazarus. The implications were staggering. A police officer had not only committed a murder, but had successfully evaded suspicion for more than 20 years, in part because of her position within law enforcement. Investigators moved carefully, aware of the gravity of what they were uncovering. Stephanie was brought in for questioning again. This time, she was older, more experienced, and still confident in her ability to control the narrative. She spoke casually. She laughed at times. She minimized her past relationship with John. But when confronted with the DNA evidence, something shifted. Her explanations became fragmented. Her confidence thinned. The mask she had worn for decades began to crack. Further investigation revealed a pattern of obsession that had never truly ended. Stephanie had continued to monitor John's life long after their relationship was over. She had access to his address. She knew his schedule. She knew when he would not be home. On the day of the murder, she had used her authority and familiarity with police procedures to avoid detection. She brought a weapon. She restrained Sherry. She killed her in a controlled, methodical way. And then she walked away, returning to her life as if nothing had happened. For 23 years, she lived freely. She built a career. She earned promotions. She enforced the law while having violated it in the most irreversible way possible. Those years were stolen not just from Sherry, but from her family, who waited for answers that should have come much sooner. In 2009, Stephanie Lazarus was arrested. The trial that followed was meticulous and devastating. Prosecutors laid out the timeline with precision, showing how opportunity, motive, and evidence aligned. They explained how jealousy had transformed into fixation, and fixation into violence. They demonstrated how Stephanie's training allowed her to evade suspicion while leaving behind the smallest trace that would one day expose her. The defense attempted to argue contamination, coincidence, misinterpretation, but the DNA evidence was undeniable. The bite mark, preserved for decades, spoke louder than any denial. Stephanie Lazarus was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. For Sherry Rasmussen's family, justice arrived painfully late, but it arrived nonetheless. They had spent decades living in the shadow of uncertainty. knowing that the truth mattered even if it took a lifetime to reach it. This case remains chilling not because it was complex, but because it was simple and ignored. A woman trusted the world she lived in. Another woman refused to let go. And a system designed to protect people failed until time itself forced it to listen. This is a true story about a family that appeared ordinary and happy from the outside, about routines that looked safe and familiar, and about how silence can hide something growing slowly underneath. It is a story where nothing exploded suddenly. Instead, everything ended quietly before dawn, while the world around them was still asleep. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his wife Sean Ann and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The neighborhood was peaceful, filled with similar homes, driveways, and early morning routines. Chris worked in the oil industry. Sean Ann was active, social, and deeply invested in her family. Their lives were visible online, documented through photos, videos, and daily updates that showed smiling faces and family moments. To anyone watching from the outside, they looked close. But inside the marriage, distance had been growing for months. Chris had begun an affair with a coworker. With her, he spoke about starting over, about freedom, about a life without responsibilities. He told her his marriage was ending. He spoke as though his family already existed in the past. While Sean Ann was trying to repair the relationship, asking questions, expressing fear, and searching for reassurance, Chris was emotionally leaving. In early August 2018, Sean Ann traveled for work. During that time, communication between them grew colder. When she returned home late on the night of August 12th, there was tension. Text messages showed she was anxious, aware that something was wrong. She wanted answers. She wanted honesty. Before sunrise, everything ended. That morning, Sean Ann and the children were reported missing. Chris spoke to police calmly. He appeared cooperative. He said he had no idea where they were. He suggested Sean Ann might have taken the girls and left after an argument. He stood in his living room, giving interviews, his voice steady, his hands folded. But the house told a different story. Sean Ann's car was still in the garage. Her phone, purse, and medications were inside. The children's belongings were untouched. There was no sign she had planned to leave. Friends who knew Sean Ann immediately sensed something was wrong. She was not the type to disappear without telling anyone. Investigators began looking closely at Chris. Surveillance footage showed his truck backing into the driveway early that morning in a way neighbors said was unusual. Phone data placed him at his work site shortly afterward. His timeline began to unravel as inconsistencies emerged. As pressure increased, Chris changed his story. First, he claimed Sean Ann had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But evidence did not support this. The injuries did not match his account. The locations did not align. Investigators continued pushing calmly, methodically. Eventually, Chris confessed. He admitted that he had killed Sean Ann in their home. He admitted that their daughters were alive afterward. He drove them to his work site with their mother's body nearby. He described the drive as quiet. He described the children asking questions. He described events without emotion, as though recounting something distant. At the oil site, he killed his daughters and disposed of their bodies. He buried Sean Ann nearby. The details shocked investigators not because of noise or violence, but because of the absence of it. Everything was done quietly, quickly, without interruption. It was the absence of hesitation that made the case so disturbing. Chris Watts was arrested within days. He pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional years for the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. Sean Ann Watts was remembered as devoted, determined, and deeply connected to her children. Bella and Celeste were remembered as affectionate, curious, and trusting. They lived inside routines that felt safe to them. They trusted the person who was supposed to protect them most. This case lingers not because of mystery, but because of familiarity. There were no warning sirens, no visible collapse, just a quiet shift inside one person, hidden behind normal behavior and practice calm. It is a reminder that danger does not always come from strangers. That betrayal does not always announce itself. and that sometimes the most devastating acts happen while the world is still asleep. For years, no one noticed anything unusual about the man who lived in the quiet neighborhood of Holcomb, Kansas. He paid his bills. He kept to himself. He didn't argue with neighbors. If you passed him on the street, you would forget his face within minutes. That anonymity is what allowed him to walk into a family home one night and leave 4 people dead without raising a single alarm. Herbert Clutter was known throughout the town as a hardworking, deeply religious man. He ran a successful farm, employed local workers, and raised his family with strict values. His wife Bonnie struggled with periods of depression but remained devoted to her children. Their teenage daughter Nancy was kind, organized, and well-liked. Their son Kenyon was quiet and practical, interested in mechanics and building things with his hands. On the evening of November 14th, 1959, the Clutter family finished dinner, completed their routines, and went to bed believing the night would pass like every other night before it. They were wrong. Hundreds of miles away, 2 men were driving toward the Clutter home with a single idea lodged firmly in their minds. They believed a large sum of cash was kept in a safe inside the house. The story came from a rumor, passed casually, never verified. But to Perry Smith and Richard Hickok, it sounded like opportunity. Richard was confident and persuasive. He talked easily and believed he was smarter than most people. Perry was quieter, carrying years of resentment, physical pain, and violent fantasies shaped by a difficult childhood. Together, they fed each other's expectations, convincing themselves that the job would be easy, fast, and clean. They arrived after midnight. The house was dark. Still, exactly as expected, they entered quietly, waking Herbert Clutter first. There was no shouting, no resistance. He was bound and led from room to room as they searched for the safe that did not exist. One by one, the rest of the family was awakened, restrained, and reassured that no one would be hurt if they cooperated. There was no safe. There was no money. Only disappointment. What happened next was not panic. It was decision. One by one, each member of the Clutter family was killed at close range. The violence was direct and personal. The house absorbed it silently. No one outside heard anything. When Perry and Richard left, they locked the door behind them. Morning came. Friends noticed the absence first, then neighbors. When the bodies were discovered, the town of Holcomb stopped functioning the way it always had. Doors locked. People watched each other differently. A sense of safety that had existed for generations disappeared overnight. Investigators were confronted with something the town had never faced before. A crime with no personal motive, no local suspect, no obvious explanation. The Clutters had no enemies, no debts, no secrets that could explain such brutality. Slowly, through interviews, patterns, and chance conversations, attention shifted outward. Richard Hickok had spoken too freely. He had bragged. He had left traces of his thinking behind in the form of stories told to the wrong people. Perry Smith's psychological profile began to emerge through witness accounts and behavior patterns. Months later, the 2 men were arrested in Las Vegas. During interrogation, Richard attempted to control the narrative, minimizing his role. Perry, after days of silence, confessed. His account was detailed, disturbing, and precise. He described the house, the layout, the voices, the moments. There was no doubt he had been there. At trial, the case unfolded slowly. Witnesses described the Clutters' lives, not as evidence, but as a reminder of what had been erased. The defense explored Perry's past, his injuries, his abuse, trying to explain without excusing. The prosecution focused on choice, on planning, on restraint that could have been exercised but was not. Both men were convicted. Both were sentenced to death. Years later, Perry Smith would speak about the murders with a mixture of detachment and regret, unable to fully articulate why he crossed the final line. Richard Hickok maintained until the end that the crime had simply gone wrong, as if the intention mattered more than the outcome. The Clutter home was eventually torn down. The land remains quiet, but the case changed how America thought about violence, randomness, and the illusion of safety inside ordinary routines. Because the most frightening part of this story is not how brutal it was. It's how easily it happened. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished during an ordinary drive, a disappearance that unfolded in daylight, on a familiar road, surrounded by homes and traffic, and yet ended in complete uncertainty. This case is unsettling not because of sudden violence, but because of how quickly routine turned into absence, and how every explanation feels close but never complete. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was 21 years old and a student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, disciplined, and ambitious, having previously attended the United States Military Academy at West Point. Maura was known for pushing herself hard, sometimes too hard, trying to meet expectations she placed on herself rather than those imposed by others. She was private but close to her family, speaking regularly with her father and siblings. In early February of 2004, Maura's life became increasingly stressful. She had been involved in a minor car accident using her father's vehicle. She was dealing with academic pressure. She appeared emotionally overwhelmed, though she did not openly express fear or desperation. To those around her, she seemed tired, distracted, and carrying more weight than she let on. On February 9th, Maura emailed her professors, stating she would be away for a few days due to a family emergency. There was no emergency. She packed her belongings, withdrew most of her bank account in cash, purchased alcohol, and left campus driving north toward New Hampshire. She did not tell friends exactly where she was going. She did not book lodging. Her destination remains unclear. That evening, Maura crashed her car on a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The accident was not severe. The car was damaged but not destroyed. Witnesses stopped to help. Maura appeared shaken but not injured. She declined assistance and insisted she had already called for help. She was calm. She was standing. She was conscious. One witness contacted police anyway. Within minutes, before officers arrived, Maura Murray vanished. Her car was found locked. Her belongings were inside. There were no footprints in the surrounding snow, leading clearly away from the scene. The road was quiet. The houses nearby were occupied. And yet, Maura was gone a window of time, so short it continues to defy explanation. Search teams arrived quickly. Dogs were deployed. The scent trail ended abruptly near the road, suggesting she may have entered another vehicle. But no confirmed sightings followed. No one reported picking her up. No one recalled seeing her walking along the road afterward. The night swallowed her presence completely. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Maura may have been avoiding police due to alcohol in the car and fled into the woods, later succumbing to the elements. Others believed she may have accepted a ride from someone who meant her harm. Some theorized she may have planned to disappear intentionally, though there has never been evidence of preparation consistent with long-term disappearance. As days turned into weeks, searches expanded across miles of wilderness. Volunteers combed forests. Divers searched waterways. Helicopters scanned from above. Nothing was found. No clothing. No remains. No definitive trace of where Maura went after leaving her car. Her family never accepted easy answers. Her father returned repeatedly to the crash site, walking the terrain himself, studying every possibility. He spoke openly about his belief that someone else was involved. Over the years, the case attracted intense attention, theories, and debate, sometimes overshadowing the simple fact at its core. A young woman vanished in minutes, leaving behind a life that did not appear ready to end. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how close Maura was to help. Houses were nearby. Police were minutes away. Witnesses were present. And still, whatever choice or encounter occurred happened silently, without interruption, and without leaving behind a story that could be reconstructed. Maura Murray was declared legally dead years later, though her body has never been found. Her case remains open. Every new tip is examined. Every possible location is reconsidered, but certainty remains unreachable. This story is chilling because it exists in the narrow gap between accident and intention, between flight and capture, between isolation and visibility. Because it reminds us that disappearance does not require distance or darkness. Sometimes it only requires a moment where no one is looking in the right direction. Maura Murray did not vanish into a place far away. She vanished into uncertainty on a road she should have been able to leave safely. And that unanswered moment continues to linger, unresolved and quiet, long after the headlights faded from the scene. I'm going to tell you a true story about a man who wanted admiration more than truth, who built his entire identity on lies, and who believed that killing the person who knew him best would allow him to finally become the person he pretended to be. This is not an unsolved mystery. This story has an ending. It has a confession. It has consequences. And it shows how deception, when maintained long enough, can become deadly. This is the true story of Mark Hacking. Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. On the surface, he appeared impressive. He told people he was a medical student. He said he had been accepted into competitive programs. He spoke confidently about his future as a surgeon. He carried himself as someone destined for success. Friends and family believed him. Professors believed him. And most importantly, his wife believed him. Lori Hacking was 27 years old. She was intelligent, driven, and genuinely accomplished. She worked in healthcare and was building a real career, not a fabricated one. She trusted Mark completely. She defended him when questions arose. She supported him emotionally and financially, believing they were building a future together based on shared ambition. What Lori did not know was that Mark had been lying for years. He was not in medical school. He had never completed the requirements. He had forged transcripts. He had created fake acceptance letters. He had built an entire false reality and carefully maintained it, even as deadlines approached and expectations grew. Each year, the lies required more effort to sustain. Each question required another fabrication, and eventually, the pressure became unbearable. In July of 2004, Mark was facing exposure. Lori had begun asking more detailed questions. Official records were about to be checked. Family members were expecting confirmations that could no longer be avoided. Mark understood that the truth was about to surface, and with it, the collapse of the identity he had spent years constructing. On July 18th, Lori went jogging near their apartment complex, as she often did. She never returned. Mark reported her missing later that day, describing her as having gone for a run and not come home. He appeared worried, but composed. He spoke softly. He cooperated with police. He joined search efforts. He stood beside Lori's family as they pleaded for her safe return. But investigators noticed inconsistencies almost immediately. Mark's timeline did not align. His emotional responses felt measured rather than spontaneous. Surveillance footage contradicted parts of his story. And when police examined his background more closely, the lies began to unravel rapidly. His academic history was false. His medical career was fictional. The person he presented to the world did not exist. As pressure increased, Mark's behavior shifted. He became anxious. He gave conflicting statements. And within days, police confronted him with evidence that his story could not be true. Mark Hacking confessed. He admitted that he had shot Lori inside their apartment while she slept, using a rifle. He said he panicked after realizing his lies were about to be exposed. He then dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in a nearby dumpster, later transporting them to a landfill. Search teams eventually recovered fragments of Lori's remains, confirming his confession. The brutality of the crime shocked everyone who knew them. There had been no history of violence, no reports of abuse, no outward signs of danger. The motive was not rage or jealousy. It was fear of humiliation, fear of being seen clearly. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never be released. Lori Hacking was remembered as kind, capable, and deeply loyal. She believed in her husband, even when the truth would have been easier. She trusted the person closest to her. That trust was used against her in the most final way possible. This story is chilling not because it involves passion or chaos, but because it revolves around image, around the terror of being exposed, around the idea that maintaining a lie can become more important to someone than preserving a human life. Mark Hacking did not kill out of hatred. He killed to protect a false version of himself. And that makes this case especially disturbing because it shows how quiet desperation, when paired with deception, can lead to irreversible decisions. I'm going to tell you a true story about a man who stepped out of his truck in the middle of the night and was never seen again. A disappearance surrounded by confusion, fragmented phone calls, and a landscape so vast that it seemed to swallow answers whole. This case is unsettling not because of what we know, but because of how close the truth feels without ever becoming solid. It is a story about exhaustion, isolation, and a moment that may have lasted only minutes but left behind questions that have stretched on for years. This is the true story of Brandon Lawson. Brandon Lawson lived in San Angelo, Texas. He was a young father, engaged to be married, and trying to rebuild stability in his life. He worked long hours in the oil fields, often driving late at night across empty highways and rural backroads. His job was physically demanding, and the schedules were unforgiving. Sleep was inconsistent. Fatigue was normal. Brandon was known as a hard worker, someone who pushed through exhaustion to provide for his children. On the night of August 8th, 2013, Brandon left home after an argument with his fiancée. The disagreement was not unusual or violent. It was the kind of argument that ends with someone needing space. Brandon got into his truck and began driving south toward Bronte, Texas, a quiet rural area surrounded by fields, brush, and long stretches of road with little traffic. Sometime after midnight, Brandon's truck ran out of gas along U.S. Highway 277. He pulled over onto the shoulder. There was no immediate danger. The road was quiet. The night was dark but calm. Brandon called his brother Kyle and asked for help. Kyle agreed to bring gas and began driving toward Brandon's location. While waiting, Brandon made a series of phone calls that would later become some of the most haunting aspects of the case. He called emergency services. The call was confusing, fragmented, and difficult to understand. Brandon sounded distressed. He spoke about being chased. He mentioned bleeding. He said there were people around him, but his words were disorganized. Dispatchers struggled to determine what he was experiencing or where exactly he was. Kyle arrived at the location Brandon had described, but Brandon was no longer visible near the truck. The vehicle was still there. The headlights were on. The doors were open. Kyle called out his brother's name. He searched the roadside. He used his phone flashlight to scan the darkness. There was no response. Kyle called Brandon's phone again. Brandon answered. In the background, Kyle could hear wind and movement. Brandon said he was in a field. He said he could see lights. He said people were chasing him. Kyle told him to stay where he was, that he was nearby, that help was coming. But Brandon did not stay still. The call ended abruptly. Law enforcement arrived and searched the area immediately. They found Brandon's truck abandoned on the side of the road. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no damaged clothing, no footprints that could be clearly followed. The terrain around the highway was rough, filled with tall grass, uneven ground, and scattered brush. At night, visibility would have been extremely limited. Over the following days, search teams expanded the area. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the land. Volunteers combed fields and drainage ditches. But nothing was found. No clothing. No personal items. No physical trace that Brandon had passed through. As time passed, theories began to form. Some believed Brandon had suffered from extreme exhaustion and confusion, possibly exacerbated by substance use earlier in the day. Others believed he may have encountered someone on the road. Some suggested paranoia or hallucinations. Others believed the fear in his voice was real and that he was reacting to something actually happening around him. The emergency call recordings were analyzed repeatedly. Every word was dissected. Audio specialists attempted to clarify what Brandon was saying. Different interpretations emerged. Some believed he was describing an actual attack. Others believed his words reflected panic rather than reality. The lack of visual evidence left every interpretation suspended, unable to fully resolve. What makes this case particularly disturbing is the environment. The area where Brandon disappeared is open, flat, and seemingly impossible to vanish into completely. And yet, years of searching produced nothing. No remains were found. No definitive clues surfaced. It was as if Brandon had moved beyond the edge of visibility and never returned. His family never stopped looking. His brother continued to revisit the area. His parents worked with investigators, private search teams, and independent researchers. They listened to the recordings again and again, hoping to hear something new, hoping for a detail that had been missed. Brandon Lawson was declared legally dead years later, not because answers were found, but because time made hope harder to sustain. Still, his disappearance remains active in the minds of those who study unresolved cases. It stands as a reminder that not every mystery involves secrecy or concealment. Sometimes confusion itself becomes the barrier. This story is unsettling because it happens in motion, because it unfolds through phone calls instead of witnesses, because help was close and yet unreachable, because whatever Brandon experienced that night ended his presence in the world without leaving behind a story that could be fully told. Brandon Lawson did not disappear in silence. He disappeared while reaching out for help, while trying to explain something he may not have fully understood himself. And the space between those words and the darkness beyond the highway is where this story still remains.